mention that every time, but not everyone knows. Not everyone is always watching, and it's I'll never forget, obviously.
Nor will I.
Right? And Welch never did come on. He had a book out. He was due up after you, I think. But history came into play that day. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Okay. Coming up, conservative activist Robbie Starbuck settling a big lawsuit against Meta. He's going to join us with the details in just a couple minutes, and then you don't want to miss it. A huge interview this morning. We've got OpenAI's CEO, Sam Altman, right here on Squawk Box. It's coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. You do not want to miss this conversation. Squawk Box coming right back.
Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Your life now revolves around sports. Well, you wouldn't trade it for anything. Welcome to Sporthood. DSG, only at Dick's.
We're Mizuho. Sound familiar? Financing the aluminum giant, building better homes? Mizuho was there. The merger of two logistics titans? Also us. Anywhere an industrials company needs a corporate and investment bank, we're there. Mizuho Americas.
$600 a year. If you're 50 plus, you could save up to that much by switching 2 unlimited lines from Big Wireless to Consumer Cellular. And we've got the same reliable coverage. So why don't you pick up your phone while I take this hammer and... I can't feel my feet. See how we can cut your bill. If you're over 50, get 2 unlimited lines for $30 each. Call Consumer Cellular.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. 2 guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. Do you know most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
Let me ask how much power/influence the chair ultimately has.
What the Fed needs is less groupthink.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Honey Bunches of Oats presents Crush. Maybe if you ate bunches of oats, she'd know you existed. Don't just eat oats. Eat Honey Bunches of Oats.
Book your getaway today.
What's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor?
Here's a taste of H-E-B Creamy Creations Mexican Hot Chocolate. One of over 40 unique ice cream flavors created to satisfy Texans' cravings.
Tell me what's your flavor?
We're watching shares of FanDuel, parent of Flutter, earnings of $2.95 per share, beating estimates of $2.08. Revenue also beating. Company saying that sports outcomes were particularly favorable in June, leading to record gross revenue margin of 16.3%. And it seemed to know where the line was better than it had in other times. Flutter raising its full-year guidance, but the company's CEO, Peter Jackson, telling CNBC that changes to state taxes could have a real impact, potentially sending gamblers to offshore illegal sports books. Illinois recently approving a new tax on sports bets that the sports books will pass on to customers in the form of a 50% fee added to each bet placed. We have not talked about, by the way, some of the stuff in the big, beautiful bill, by the way, that makes the taxes on gamblers a bit more difficult. I don't know if you know, you used to be able to offset your losses with your gains. Now you're limited by what your losses can actually be, which means if you're like a professional gambler,
right,
it doesn't really work.
Yeah. No.
But we limit your losses if you're an investor, professional investor. So maybe it's appropriate. I don't know.
Talking like probably lost $180 last year, maybe.
Oh, we're talking about you?
Yeah.
As we always do.
Right. There are. I can't remember. You know, Professional gambler, is there such a thing? It just
Yes, there are people who do this for a living.
and they're good at it.
They're good at it, but now
Even
the
at
way-
sports books.
Well, some people do it with sports books, and then others obviously play cards and
They're counting cards.
all. They're playing. I don't know if they're counting cards.
Well, you
but,
have to figure something out. It's just go by gut.
That's what magicians do. Coming up, conservative activist Robbie Starbuck settling his lawsuit against Meta that had alleged that Meta's chatbot spread misinformation about him. Corporate America listens to this guy. A little scared of him, too. We're going to talk to him right after this.
After doing it all, a Lazy Boy recliner takes you from zero to lazy. Melting it all away with comfort that doesn't quit. Feel for yourself at Lazy Boy. Go zero to lazy with full body comfort fully made for you. Lazy Boy, long live the lazy.
Did you know that your life insurance policy is an asset that you can sell? Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. I'm the CEO of Abacus Life, and for almost 20 years, we've been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. In fact, you can use the free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com, and in just seconds, you can learn what your policy might be worth. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
This is more than a mattress. This is the Grand Luxe, where thoughtful luxury meets the art of sleep. Featuring the finest natural materials, every layer, every stitch is crafted for unparalleled breathability and support. Sustainably sourced, meticulously crafted. The pinnacle of conscious comfort. Because luxury isn't just how it feels, it's how it's made. Experience the Grand Luxe mattress by Avocado. Dream of better.
At Public, the high-yield cash account's a no-brainer. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it. It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Meta reaching a resolution with conservative activist Robbie Starbuck, who had sued the tech giant, you remember, for defamation back in April. He alleged that Meta's AI chatbot spread false statements about him, including that he participated in the riot at the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021, which he did not do. A joint statement between the two parties says they, quote, resolved this matter to our mutual satisfaction and, quote, Meta and Robbie Starbuck will work collaboratively in the coming months to continue to find ways to address issues of ideological and political bias. Joining us right now is Robbie Starbuck. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Good, thanks. So we talked when you first brought this to their attention and to the attention of the public. What led to the settlement, and what's part of this? What's embedded inside this settlement?
Yeah, you know, pretty much immediately after I filed the lawsuit, Meta reached out to me, and there was a lot of concerned long phone calls with executives and engineers. I mean, we got into like the granular details of AI and the training and everything that needed to be done to correct this issue, because we all saw beyond the lawsuit and we're looking at the larger issue. And it's actually pretty unique, you know, in the course of a serious lawsuit like this, for the two sides to engage in really deep, long conversations on these types of details, you know. And I think we just all saw the larger picture that this is a real problem, and it could affect far more than just me. You know, I'm one person, but this could cause a lot of problems across the entire industry when it comes to elections and political bias. and we wanted to be leaders in solving this problem. And that was always the point of my lawsuit, is fix this for everybody so this doesn't become a massive, really terrible story in the future where AI affects elections in ways that nobody's comfortable with on either side.
So how are they going to ensure that? What's your role going to be in it? And did they pay you anything in all of this?
I'm going to be working with them to stop this problem on an overall. So that encompasses a lot of different things, and we plan to communicate more about it in the coming months because we've still got work to do. We've made a ton of progress at this point. You can see on the Meta platforms, none of this crazy stuff gets said about me, but it's also about looking at the future and making sure this doesn't happen across the industry. So we are going to continue to communicate the exact details of how we fix this, but we want to get through, this process and, find a strong way forward that we can communicate to the industry. But in terms of, the monetary side and everything, I think the big focus for us is really fixing this. That was the big reason why I decided to move forward, not just with the lawsuit, but with this settlement and agreement, is that we wanted to fix the problem for everybody. And
so, but just to put a fine point on for the audience that wants to know, did they pay you anything?
I don't think that's really an important detail.
I think it's a detail that people would want to know because you're coming out here and obviously now going to work with them, and so they want to know: are you being paid by them? Some would say you're being paid off by them. A lot of companies obviously either work with you or don't work with you. You've gone to them, whether it's J.P. Morgan or so many different companies who you've either. I mean, this is a different situation because this was very personal, but I think people would just generally want to know if there's an economic interest that has been resolved as part of this or somehow related to it.
I think, if you look at kind of what I've done in corporate America with all the other projects, all these other companies, I can say 1,000%, we have never, ever done any sort of economic deal with them to make the changes and fixes that we've been able to accomplish across corporate America. Lawsuits are different. The truth is, had we said, we're going to dig in our heels and go to trial on this, I don't think anybody would have thought twice about, what the outcome ended up being, if that was the scenario. And so, I don't think it's really a focus a lot of people are going to have. I think most people I know are going to be just really happy that there's a voice in the room to stand up for the average American and for really just political neutrality across the board. That's always been my focus. My goal is making sure that that happens. And I think that's the most valuable thing that can come out of this is that we get that.
But just help me with this, because you also, look, the reason I'm asking is you have been somebody who has talked about wanting to have transparency around everything. That's been a huge part of your argument around companies and the way they behave and all of that. And so I think it's fair to ask, and I think it's fair to answer the question about the money piece of it.
I mean, you can ask, but I think I'm going to move on from that one. I think the real focus that people are going to care about is fixing this problem because it's an industry-wide issue. And, I think that we're going to be leaders. That's our goal in showing the right path forward because AI is becoming a dominant part of our lives. It's going to be in every facet of it for our kids. And so we can either do it the right way or we can do it the wrong way. And my goal is an ethical AI that, plays it neutral when it comes to these political issues because it really... We don't want a future where you've got AI putting the thumb on the scale when it comes to politics. We want.
Hey, Robbie, we have I've got a new app coming out that Andrew built for me on sifting through all the bias in mainstream media. We're working on it. Hopefully, by the time we have Sam on, we'll be talking.
I got my GitHub open right now.
You got GitHub open, working on it. It's going to sift through all the mainstream media bias that how a conservative would criticize news stories throughout the day. You're probably going to want to, you probably could pay for it. But my question, we were talking earlier about a stack ranking for virtue. And we had a professor on from Yale and railing about the gift, that it was a bribe from Tim Cook for Trump, and also about, what was his other point? The Intel. Trump saying that an Intel CEO had to go. And I brought up, I mean, exactly what you've been working on for 4 years, the way that the DEI and ESG was rammed down the throats of every corporation in this country by the Biden administration. I don't even think it's close. That's what I was arguing with Andrew, in terms of what's less virtuous, one versus the other. Neither is great, maybe. Maybe you don't think Trump should be talking about who should be CEO of Intel. But I don't know. I didn't see the outrage from either the mainstream media or professors at Yale about what was happening, even mandatory vaccines and fossil fuels. And I mean, you noticed over the past 4 years, I guess, didn't you?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's different rules, then and now. And I don't think that's really a question. I mean, when you look at DEI, I talked with a major defense contract CEO, and we were talking about DEI actually before the election. They said, look, Robbie, we want to make all of these changes, and we would announce it right now because we really don't care what the administration thinks about it. But the problem is our existing contracts with the DoD require us to have these DEI policies. And if we don't have them, we lose our contracts. And so I can't do that to my employees. So, help us get on the other side of this. And if, we get a new president, we're all in to get rid of this stuff. And there were so many businesses in that position where the government had forced these policies as part of, government policy, essentially like, hey, you wouldn't want to lose that contract in that nice company of yours, now would you? And so it's kind of like mob-like tactics. So I never agree with that. I'm a big fan of letting businesses do their business and not having the government come in and choose winners and losers.
So, Robbie, I have two questions for you. Do you look at where corporate America has moved to under this administration, and maybe even some of the pressure that you've put upon them, as mission accomplished? Or are there other companies right now that you're looking at that you think that you're going to try to bring to the attention of the public and hopefully persuade or otherwise push to change?
Yeah, there are other companies that we're looking at. I don't consider everything mission accomplished. I consider it mission going well, right? But the truth is that the problem's not completely fixed. There are companies out there that are still engaging in behavior that I think is totally egregious and, wildly discriminatory in many ways. And so, I'm not the only one looking at that. I think Department of Justice is also looking at that, and they're going to have a lot to say about this from the civil rights side of the DOJ. I know Harmy Dillon's not messing around. She's my former lawyer. She's very concerned about making sure there's no discrimination. And so I think this is something you're going to see not just me, but also, DOJ look at. And I'll also say this. I think part of the reason I also wanted to resolve this situation is that this has eaten up a lot of my time, right? A big lawsuit like this is a big deal. And I need to keep my eye on the ball to help shift corporate America back to the place of sanity. We should all want that. I think people at the beginning of my operation were a little concerned I'd veered into my politics entirely. And the truth is, I've kept a really steady course of we want neutrality. We want this to be a fair, ball field for everybody. We want both sides to feel like they can go to work and not be in a position where they're, feeling like they're degrading their values or having to, sort of betray themselves. And I think we've done a good job of that. So that's going to be my focus here on out, is making sure that we keep those companies in line and that the free market is what brings and bears that sanity out, right?
Okay, well, Robbie, I think we're going to have you back because I think there's a big debate right now about the free market. I'm not suggesting it was free before, but I think there's a lot of questions today about whether it's free today and sort of how industrial policy is being operated.
Rank stacking.
Hopefully we will talk to you again very soon, Robbie. Appreciate you joining us this morning.
Absolutely. Happy to be there soon and talk about the free market because we need to make
the name of my app for him.
The app is called, we haven't put it in the App Store yet, just so you know.
You're going to want it.
It is called the Kernan MSM Truth Report, though I don't want the president, he could come after you.
Oh, because of Truth Social?
I don't know if he's going to, that could be like a lawsuit, so we got to watch out.
You did it. You took an idea on a napkin, built a successful business, and made it look easy. But at U.S. Bank, we remember what went into getting here. The hard work, self-doubt, tough decisions. From all those extra hours to finally enjoying the rewards. Our wealth management team is always here to work with you and every generation to come. Because there's nothing as powerful as the power of us.
This is Fatty 15, the first science-backed, award-winning C15 supplement. Working at the cellular level, it strengthens our cells, helping every part of our bodies feel stronger, better, and healthier.
This is Buddy. I've never met a dog like him because there's never been a dog like him. Every dog is unique. That's why at the Farmer's Dog, we put your dog at the center of everything we do. With food that's freshly made, to human-grade safety standards, in personalized portions. It's packed with all the nutrients dogs need and delivered right to you. We just want to make it easier to take care of everybody's buddy.
Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Your life now revolves around sports. Well, you wouldn't trade it for anything. Welcome to Sporthood. DSG, only at Dick's.
At Interactive Brokers, independent RIAs work with the best research and trading tools designed to help them outperform the markets. Meet them at Interactive Brokers Investors Marketplace for advisors. Advisors at Interactive Brokers keep all they earn on our low-cost platform with no ticket fees or custody charges, low margin rates, and high interest earned on idle cash. To get better results, get a better platform. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
Want to glow up? For your phone? With Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. And now I have Google Gemini.
Here's another beauty tip.
Shh, let's keep this between us. Get in on this.
What's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor?
Here's a taste of H-E-B Creamy Creations Mexican Hot Chocolate. One of over 40 unique ice cream flavors created to satisfy Texans' cravings.
Tell me what's your flavor?
You can get this fixed now and pay later. You can get this fixed now and pay later. And this. Get it fixed now and pay later in 4 interest-free payments at safelight.com.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Coming up, shares of Block, they are rising. The company's earnings missed estimates, but it raised its guidance. The CFO is going to join us next. And later, a huge interview this morning. Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, is going to be with us. Squawk Box coming right back.
Our partnership, and there's a bit of a historical sticker on a race car. People don't really understand how these partnerships come together. We have kind of 2 types of partners, those that help us with our fans and engage our fans and bring our fans closer to our sport, and then those companies that help us develop technology, ways of working, operational excellence. Ultimately, everything drives performance in the race car, and I think that's an area that maybe people wouldn't recognize off the bat.
So when we met the first time at the track, the first one, you have those objectives that you want to reduce McLaren's footprint by half by 2030 and to get to net positive by 2040. Yeah. This is the business that we are in, and that's not compromising against winning. And for me, that triggered a great thought of saying, well, we can help. We can help on fuel. How do we recycle parts of the cars? How you work as well and demonstrate we can win ultimately in a way that's good for people and planet.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. 2 guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. You know most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
I never thought this would happen.
Never thought this would happen.
I never thought this would happen.
We got you.
We got you.
We got you.
When the unexpected comes calling, call the one team prepared for what no one can predict.
We got you.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
Anytime you get the chance to compete, be in close games, it's kind of what you live for. Football teaches you a lot. It starts with staying true to yourself. I just want to show up with a lot of energy, not look at the past, not look at the future, just kind of be where my feet are.
Get exclusive reporting and data on high net worth investors.
Today's wealthy invest differently. It's not just about stocks and bonds, but also real estate, classic cars, and fine art.
Get the weekly newsletter at cnbc.com/insidewealth.
Welcome back to Squawk Box on this Friday morning. Fintech company Block reporting weaker than expected earnings, but shares rising on upbeat guidance. For more on the results, we are joined now by Amrita Laju, CFO of Block. Good morning to you. My question to you is, look, the stock is actually moving higher on the higher guidance. The question is, how we should think about this last quarter before we even get into the future.
Well, thank you so much for having me today. It's great to be here. We had a really strong second quarter where we executed across the board. We outperformed our own guidance on gross profit, re-accelerating our gross profit growth from 9% in the first quarter to 14% in the second quarter, and achieved our highest ever quarterly adjusted operating income margin at 22%. We also raised our guidance, not only by the Q2 beat, but for the back half of the year. More importantly, we are shipping faster. So what you've seen from us in just the past few months is a number of new initiatives and product launches, from Square AI to Square Handheld, our newest hardware product, to showcasing Bitcoin payments for Square sellers, to 2 new features for Cash App, where you can use Tap to Pay if you're a Cash for Business customer, or you can pool towards a joint goal within Cash App, whether it's a joint office gift or a trip that you're taking with a bunch of other people. So all sorts of new initiatives that you can now do across our 2 ecosystems, Square and Cash App, which has driven us to have the conviction to raise our estimation about what we're going to do for this the rest of this year.
Who do you think, when I think of a Cash App, who do you now think of as your biggest competitors?
Cash App started as a peer-to-peer network. And our most recent shareholder letter outlines kind of the 4 key pillars. We've added a bunch of things that you can do within Cash App since our inception. From a peer-to-peer perspective, we have $218 billion in volumes, but we now have a commerce platform on top of that within Cash App, where you can use our debit card. 26 million monthly actives do that on a monthly basis within Cash App. We have a payment type called Cash App Pay, and our commerce volumes are $183 billion, growing 16% a year. Third, we have a banking platform within Cash App. So it's hard to tell you who our competitors are when we cover so much surface area. With our banking platform, we have 8 million very engaged customers with a $250 annualized ARPU. They're deeply engaged in Cash App, using it on a regular basis, 40 times in terms of transactions in a given month. And fourth, we have a Bitcoin platform.
Well, that's where I was going to go.
Yeah, our customers have traded.
That's where I wanted to go with this, is because you talk about trying to make Bitcoin everyday money, and that's a bold claim. A lot of people talk about it as just digital gold, and maybe that's all it should be. You have a more ambitious sort of thought about where it all goes.
We think Bitcoin can be the open protocol that powers the internet, it can move at the speed of the internet. And we as a company can move faster. Our customers, the efficiency at which their money can move across jurisdictions is much greater when Bitcoin is powering money for the internet. So that's something that we've been, with discipline, investing behind for some years, whether that's enabling the buy-sell product, where 8 million of our accounts, our customers, have purchased or sold Bitcoin through our Cash App platform, or it's opening up mining, as we'll be launching in the back half of this year. Our proto mining initiative has a launch event next week, actually, where we'll be releasing chips that help democratize the mining ecosystem. Or it's self-custody with our BitKey product. So we've got a number of different bets that help bring usability.
But do you think it's a mistake, though? Just going back to this digital gold idea, do you think it's a mistake to think of it like that? Because we've had a lot of different people come on the broadcast. Many people over the years thought of it as a currency. Then they said, no, it's actually not a currency. It's a commodity, and it's just digital gold, and that's what it's going to be. It costs too much to actually move it around. People are not going to buy, a coffee with it ever. It's just not going to happen. You don't buy into that.
I think it starts there, but it has the opportunity to move to currency. And that's where our launch in the back half of this year, we're really excited. We already have thousands of Square sellers who have signed up to be able to take a Bitcoin payment. We think it'll likely be small to start, but it's something that we're super excited to see ramp over time.
Okay. We're going to leave it there. Thank you. Congratulations, and we'll keep our eyes on your progress.
Thank you.
It's 8:02 a.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Joe Kernan, along with Andrew Ross Sorkin. It's looking over there. Does it now?
What's that?
Does it look like plugs? Now I'm getting accused of having plugs.
Your hair?
Yep. They got rid of the toupee. They gave up. Now, maybe when I get a cut, it looks like Well, let's check the futures. Very sensitive. You know, very sensitive.
I know.
About things like that. It's not, it just is. I'm sorry.
It's real.
Don't hate me because I'm beautiful. That was long ago. Kelly LeBrock. That was one of her, probably don't remember, Woman in Red. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Oh, you do? Okay.
People think I dye my hair, which I just want to say is not true.
You do not? I don't either. On my life, I don't. Just believe us. Believe us. And he's young. Why you don't do anything, do you?
No.
Treasury, there's the futures up. God, we're self-obsessed, aren't we? It's kind of really kind of
it's gross.
It's terrible. 426 on the 10-year. Let's head down to Mike Santoli at the NYSE. He's got not even a single gray hair. Maybe a couple in your nose, I've noticed.
Oh, I got plenty of gray.
You do?
You know. Yeah, it's getting there. Yeah, but you know, like you,
That's
I'm
wisdom,
very sensitive
Mike,
to anybody saying that I used enhancements of any sort for the hair. So
for anything.
S&P 500 kind of firming up. Yesterday, you know, we actually kind of lost an early rally. It was about 1.5% weekly range, daily range from high to low. But it was kind of a 50-50 day under the surface. Big picture, we've spent all week within the range set by last Thursday's high and last Friday's low. So it's kind of like we're consolidating. A lot of parts of the market that needed to cool off seem like they are. A lot of earnings-related blow-ups, but the overall tape is managing to sidestep much damage as we sort of figure out whether we're going to get just sort of an August digestion or maybe a deeper pullback. I've been looking at some of the indicators of risk appetite in the more aggressive parts of the market. Take a look here at the recent IPOs. That's this FPX ETF, as well as the Buzz social sentiment, kind of meme stocks or very, very heavily traded retail stocks. Both very strong on a one-year basis, but you do see a little bit of that setback in the meme stock type part of this market. So again, it's a matter of whether the overheated parts of the market can cool off without sort of taking everything in its undertow. And now take a look at gold. It's been an interesting story because we did break out to a new high on sort of New York COMEX gold. A lot of static around whether, in fact, gold bars are subject to tariffs, and that's creating this premium in New York traded gold versus London and the December futures versus spot. So sometimes we want to take a macro message away from a breakout higher in gold, and maybe we still can, whether it's because, you know, we're going to get a Fed rate cut or because we have a little bit more flare-ups geopolitically around the world. Whatever it might be, I do think you have to be aware that the market is kind of off balance based on this sort of uncertainty around whether imports of gold bars will remain subject to tariffs, guys.
Okay, Mike. Thank you, sir. Nice to see you. We've got a big interview coming up in just a moment. Do not go anywhere. OpenAI CEO and co-founder Sam Altman right here on Squawk Box. And later, digital banking and financial services company Chime reporting results. Its first report since its big IPO. Company's CEO will join us. But after this, the one and only Sam Altman on Squawk.
Finally, a platform that thinks like you. The new Power E-Trade Pro gives you nearly unlimited customization with up to 120 tools and charts across 6 workspaces, plus automatic pattern recognition from the original place to trade online.
You okay in there? Consumer Cellular knows there are a lot of offers flying around, but they slip away too fast. We don't play games. What you see is what you get. No hot air, just plans starting at $20. Bet you're glad you wore cargo pants. Because cargo pants have all those pockets. You can see how we can cut your bill. Plans start at just $20. Call Consumer Cellular.
He sure knows these parts well.
Folks say the planes whisper to him.
Outlaws in 500 feet. Rerouting.
Making it up!
Innovation changes everything.
Man, he's good.
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Deck
decking and railing that's ready for anything you throw at it, even John's 40th. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
Overtime's about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always learning.
Closing Bell Overtime, weekdays 4 Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Sometimes it's the smallest details that make the biggest difference and shape everything you feel. Experience the feeling for yourself at the Lincoln Summer Invitation. Right now, get 0% APR financing with 0 down and no payments for up to 90 days on select Lincoln vehicles.
Yeah, trendsetter, whoa, league of my own, it don't get better. I'm a bestseller. Get it, girl.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. OpenAI launching its latest new model, GPT-5, offering faster performance, fewer hallucinations, improved coding capabilities, and customizable personalities. I've been playing with it for the last 24 hours. Joining us right now is the man who co-founded the company, CEO Sam Altman. Sam, it's great to see you, sir.
Good to see you, too. Thanks for having me.
We've been trying to build, by the way, an app all morning. I'm in GitHub right now trying to build Joe Kernan an app unsuccessfully.
How's it going?
Well, I think you guys have done the right thing so far. I mean, I think that the code looks good. The problem is I can't get it to actually effectively play for me, if you will. I got to do it in GitHub. I was actually trying to get OpenAI to actually build me a way to play it effectively in the browser, but I'm not there yet. So I still got.
We'll help you with that.
I
can do that.
But help us understand the distinction between where you think ChatGPT 5 is today versus where we were just even 48 hours ago.
Yeah, so you said a bunch of things. The model's smarter, it's faster, it's more intuitive, it's more useful in a bunch of ways. One of the biggest things, though, is it's an integrated single experience. We have built a system that can answer easy questions quickly. It can think for a long time and answer hard questions. And it's there's just one thing called GPT-5 now instead of the long list of models we used to have. It's much better for businesses and enterprises. The coding in particular is something that people have been really waiting for a great model for. So we're seeing super strong enterprise adoption of this. And yeah.
Well, so let me ask you, some people have called it an anthropic killer because one of the things that Anthropic, at least historically, has done well is the coding piece of this. How much of ChatGPT-5 was focused on the coding side of things?
We did really want to improve on coding. That was, an area that we heard consistently from consumers, from users, businesses, enterprise, everything, that we just weren't good enough. So we did put in a lot of effort there, but it improved at lots of things.
The other piece of it is healthcare. Lots of people ask it questions about their own healthcare, including myself. What's the difference between before and after? And I'm curious how much stuff do you put into the system? Because sometimes I think to myself, I'll upload my, reports from doctors and blood and this and that, and then I think, oh, I don't know if I should be doing that. What do you think?
So healthcare is maybe the area where there's the strongest improvement of any category. We have seen healthcare become a huge issue. People use this, as you said, people are putting in all their reports, everything they can, and it's become really important to people as a sort of, a way to get help with their entire healthcare journey. And I think people feel a very, very, very big difference there. Healthcare is a huge fraction of the usage of ChatGPT. It's one of the largest categories. So I put everything in. I know a lot of other people do too. I think getting people better information on their healthcare and sort of the ability to make better decisions, that seems really important. And I'm thrilled that we were able to make this better, and definitely a huge user of it personally.
One of the reasons I asked the question is, and I think you made a mention of it maybe on a podcast recently, was just this idea that ultimately the information that we're inputting into systems like ChatGPT, and by the way, into search, if you were to do this on Google, are all quote unquote discoverable at some point. If somebody were to either sue you or something, they could come to a company like yours and say, give me everything. And we're now putting so much more into these systems because we're asking oftentimes relatively intimate questions or providing pretty intimate data.
Yeah. Look, I personally believe that society is likely to, and I think should, come to the conclusion at some point that we need some concept like we have, medical privilege or legal privilege. And if you are asking for this kind of advice, even though it's like not a human doctor, but like an AI medical advisor, a lot of those same principles should apply. And that just the fact that you've asked ChatGPT to analyze your medical records does not mean they should then be discoverable by a court, but they should be protected by the same standards. And I think as AI becomes more and more a part of people's lives and the way we get this kind of information, I hope, whatever, that society will decide to extend similar legal protections.
Right. What do you think about safety? And I know that there's a lot of sort of different safety parameters built into this, certain types of questions that you'll answer, but you won't answer fully. Explain what that means.
So, there's this question of like, if you ask ChatGPT to help you build a bomb, should it do that? And there's educational value in that. There's other ways to learn that. You could be trying to learn it for a good reason. But if you're actually like, I'm going to go try to really damage someone, obviously we don't want ChatGPT to enable you to do, cause like grievous harm in the world in a way that you couldn't without it. But a new thing that GPT-5 does is try to be smarter and help you with parts of a question that might be okay, and then not help you with parts that could be used for significant harm. This is an evolving area. Like, the calls here are difficult. There's like a lot of principles sound easy in theory, and then there's like a lot of edge cases. But as AI becomes very capable, society is really going to have to wrestle with these questions of, we want to bring the tremendous value and enable people to do things they never could before, and then the amount of power and capability that brings people, we don't want to enable really serious misuse.
Hey, Sam, can you share any key architectural changes or training innovations that distinguish GPT-5 from GPT-4 and how they impact its reasoning or grounding capabilities?
And by the way, he got that question, Sam, from ChatGPT.
Is that okay? Can it look at it? Can it look at itself? That's supposedly the brain can't look at itself. I did get that. It's a really good question, though, I thought.
I'm watching him, by the way, Sam, literally looking at the...
I was. He
literally asked GPT for the
good question for you. Yeah.
Well, it's an interesting and good question. So,
Thank you. Thank you.
Many improvements went into training GPT-5, but one that goes in the direction you touched on is we've really started using synthetic data. So the previous generation of model is teaching the next generation of model. And as these models get smarter, the data that they can create can be, really quite interesting and helpful. And we saw that with this model. We expect to see that more with every future model.
So this is on, this gets to the AGI question, which is, at what point do you think it becomes where the model starts to teach itself?
That's definitely happening now to some degree. Like, definitely part of the reason GPT-5 is better than previous models is those previous models helping to teach this new one.
Wow. And so where do you think we are on this AGI path then?
What's your personal definition of AGI? And then I'll answer.
Oh, that's a good question. Well, what is your personal definition of AGI?
I have many, which is why I think it's not a super useful term. I think one definition that people like is, when it's doing like a significant amount of the work in the world, although that keeps changing because people do new jobs. Another that some people use is when it can do like really good AI research on its own. I think the point of all of this is it doesn't really matter, and it's just this continuing exponential of model capability that we'll rely on for more and more things. Maybe another one that people like is when it discovers like an important new mathematical theorem or an important new piece of science. I would expect that we're maybe like 2-ish years away from something like that.
Let me ask you a different question, just from a very practical perspective in terms of productivity and maybe even the way you use it personally. How far are we away from it being able to be truly plugged in to just about every app, whether it's your email or your calendar or as an agent buying stuff for you and really fully integrated? Obviously, the operator can do certain things, but it's not there yet. I think we would agree. I mean, when do you think that it sort of gets like supercharged?
So we announced yesterday that next week we're going to integrate with email and calendar, and it'll be able to look at your calendar and do stuff for you and read your emails. One of the things I've always wanted ChatGPT to do is when I wake up every morning, every email that came in overnight, I'd like a drafted response, and then I can choose whether to send it or not or edit it. But that would be like, I think that would just be like a great efficiency gain for me. And I think we're only maybe 6 months away from being able to do that really well.
In terms of the growth, this company is obviously just on a remarkable, just seeing the numbers from 500 million to 700 million active users. Do you think that the growth is going to continue at that pace? Does it get faster? Does it get slower? And in terms of paid customers, how do you see that shifting?
It's only been 20 hours or whatever since we launched GPT-5, but we are seeing crazy numbers from the level of GPT-5 adoption. It looks like we're going to have a significant acceleration in growth on the business side. The consumer side will keep growing very strong. Like at this point, we have we got to keep working hard to earn the right to keep this, but a pretty good lead on the consumer side. On the side.
Sam, can you tell me, and do you even know what to expect, let's say 5 years from now? Do you know what, would you even venture a guess at because I think it starts, it's kind of a singularity type thought where we don't even know when machines know so much more than we know, we don't even know what to expect. Do you feel like you have a good idea 5 years from now, 10 years from now, what AI is going to be?
No one knows, of course. It's what I would expect, though, and I say this with a lot of humility, be totally wrong, is that 5 or 10 years from now, AI is vastly smarter than people, and the rate of technological change in the world is astonishing. And yet, the day-to-day way we live our lives and the way that society works changes surprisingly little. I think in some sense you could see this already. Like if you could go back 5 years and an Oracle would tell you, hey, there's going to be like PhD level intelligence available via like a chatbot, and it can't do long, complicated tasks. But if you have like a question that would take some number of minutes or tens of minutes to answer, it can just tell you, and it can like write a whole piece of software for you. You would probably say that's impossible, but if it does happen, the world will change like unrecognizably. And it did happen, and the world hasn't changed that much, or society hasn't changed that much, even though this is an incredible technological change. So my guess on a 5 to 10 year time frame is crazy scientific change, crazy technology gain, and society changes, of course, but not the impossible amount it sounds like it should.
But do you think, so okay, there's a philosophical one, and then I want to go back to the business, but the agency that we're all going to have over our own lives, and the reason I mention this is this idea that I find myself taking advice from ChatGPT. Oftentimes, right? I'll ask it a question, it'll give me an answer, and I could see a time in life where not that I become the robot, but it starts to prompt me. And then the question is whether I accept the prompt, and maybe that's the question about agency, in terms of what I do, right? if in fact all of our emails are written, pre-written for us, yes, hopefully we'll have the agency to decide whether to send it or not, or change it, or what have you. But over time, whether that sort of changes our own psychology about our own agency.
Do you perceive any less agency now, even though ChatGPT is giving you advice for all sorts of stuff?
I don't. I also hope that I'm, mature person who's figured some stuff out. I just wonder if I was younger, maybe I would be more listening to certain answers over other. I don't know. I actually don't know the answer.
One more question about that. If it got to the point where you were confident that ChatGPT was giving you the right advice every time, like better than and even if you didn't quite understand, you were just like, you came to believe that the advice it was giving you was better than any idea you'd think of on your own, but you still chose whether to follow it or not. Right. Would that feel like less agency?
I don't know. I mean, I was saying earlier, there are times where, by the way, I look at the answer, I know the answer is not right, and I'll say, no, that's not what I'm looking for. Or, no, I don't think you're right. Can you check that again? So clearly I have agency. Today, I just wonder whether it changes the human condition. I mean, this is, I think, as I said, it's like a big philosophical question. We probably won't.
My sense is it subjectively won't feel like not having agency, even if in some sense you know that the ChatGPT's advice is what you're supposed to do, even if you don't understand it at the time. I do worry about this general case of people that just make their decisions based off of what the advice ChatGPT gives them. Like, it does feel to me like something important gets lost in that process, even if the advice is always really good. And today it's not really good, just like talking forward to the future. But, like, we'll still be asking ChatGPT what to do. We'll still be telling it what our goals are and what we'd like to optimize for. And I think that will feel like all the agency. Like, if I let myself dream forward to someday far in the future where, I'm like retiring to an AI CEO for OpenAI, and I'm like writing that final prompt of like, here's my advice to you. I would still feel like a lot of agency in the moment, I think.
Okay, got to go back to the business. Lots of questions about just the race for talent right now. These huge numbers we hear, Mark Zuckerberg trying to, pay people $1 billion to attract them from your place and others. What does that race look like at the moment? How many people, by the way, are there out there right this moment that you think are in this sort of like super league that are almost, indispensable?
Definitely this is the most intense talent market I have seen in my career. But if you think about the economic value being created by these people, and how much we're all spending on compute, maybe the market stays like this. I'm not totally sure what's gonna happen. But it is like a crazy intense comp for a very small number of people right now.
But is it like 200 people? And what do they know? What do these 200 people know that nobody else does?
I mean, the hope is they know how to like discover the remaining ideas to get to super intelligence. That there are going to be a handful of algorithmic ideas and a medium-sized handful of people who can figure them out.
How many people do you think that really is?
Like, how many people are capable of doing it, or how many people will actually like make the discoveries that matter? And like,
how many people are capable? Like, what we talk about, like the market size? How big is the market right this minute for these people?
I bet it's like much bigger than people think. But some companies in the space have decided that they're going to go after a few shiny names. Right. But I think there's like many thousands of people that we could find, and probably tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people in the world that are capable of doing this kind of work.
Your company is reportedly now worth up to $500 billion. Is that accurate in terms of the newest?
I think I'm not supposed to like comment on currently in flight stuff.
Well, let me ask you this. There is a effort by Robinhood, and by the way, others, to try to sell your shares in a secondary market. Sometimes people are tokenizing these special purpose vehicles and other things like that. What do you make of what's happening? And do you think or want the public to be able to access these shares like that versus, by the way, there's some people who are buying into Microsoft now and buying into SoftBank. thinking that's like a public way, backdoor into buying shares in your company?
I get why people would like love for us to be public or sooner, and I'm sure people also get the reality of like we're in still a crazy position, and it would be very hard for us to be public given just all of the realities of that. But I hate that people get pushed to like various degrees of sketchy ways to try to get exposure to OpenAI.
The company's still losing money, and obviously you're building Stargate among them. What is the path to profitability? When do you see the lines cross, if you will?
I mean, I think it could happen sooner than I originally thought if we wanted it to, but it seems to me like the right thing to do is to just keep investing in compute and continuing to grow.
But is that
to continue to like grow our training compute budget?
Is that a couple of years from now, then you think, or I mean, you're saying if you stopped investing?
No, I think we should be willing to keep growing, to keep investing in training compute for a long time. Like as long as we're on this very steep curve of the models getting better and better, I think the rational thing to do is to just be willing to run at a loss for quite a while and continue to do that, which is also part of why I think it's nice not to be public.
Right. And then finally, one of the paths to getting public is to make a deal with Microsoft. I think as you're trying to, when I say make a deal, you're going to create this private vehicle effectively out of a not-for-profit. What is the state of play there?
Still trying, still like positive stuff. And we have lots of other things that are kind of higher priority at the moment, but like positive progress on it.
You knew I'd ask the question. I think you knew I'd ask the question. You probably saw Elon yesterday. He said, quote, OpenAI will eat Microsoft alive. And then Satya responding to that. What do you think when you read that?
I don't think about him that much.
What do you think of the larger idea, though, that he's effectively saying that OpenAI long-term will eat Microsoft alive?
I don't even know what that means. Do you know what that means?
I'm not sure what he means, except to say that he thinks in the grand scheme of the partnership that ultimately you'll have more power, more influence, and more leverage over them than they'll have over you.
I thought he was I thought he was just like tweeting all day about how much like OpenAI sucks and our model is bad and, not going to be a good company and all of that. So I don't know how you square those two things.
Fair enough. I am told that you have to go, sir. I wish you didn't and that you could stay because I could talk to you, as you know,
help making
for a very long time. Oh, and I do need help with the app, but we can
help with my app.
I'm happy to help you.
Maybe I'll send you a note later, and I'll share the app with you. But Sam, we appreciate you joining us this morning very, very much. And I know it's early for you on the West Coast.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks so much.
That's great. What do we charge
for the app?
Yeah, we ask
ChatGPT what the market would bear for your app. Yeah,
we want to get as many as we can, but we want to charge as much as we can. We don't want to make it, crowd out people that we don't want just really wealthy people getting it, right?
What do you think? $4.99 a month?
$499?
No, $4.99.
See,
well, actually, they just got rid of pennies, so $5. We're gonna round up for $5.
Great. Add to our margins. Up next, President Trump demanding the resignation of Intel CEO over ties to China. The executive's response next. But first, check out the shares of Maple Bear, better known as Instacart. Quarterly profit nearly doubling on a rise in orders. The company says it expects third quarter transactions to come in above estimates. Squawk Box coming right back.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. we never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Behind this family's financial future is their advisor, helping them grow their wealth and share it across generations. And behind their advisor are Vanguard's institutional quality bond funds, powered by smart, repeatable strategies. Fact is, 90% of Vanguard's active bond funds outperformed their peers over the last 10 years.
We can get behind that.
Are you backed by institutional quality bond funds? Vanguard.
Investing. You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend, ride the wave. Stop. That's not how investing works. You're not a child playing a game. This is grown-up business. The real thing. You know wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right?
At Avocado, luxury isn't just comfort. It's consciousness. It's craftsmanship. It's choosing better. Inspired by the beauty of our planet, we design for the dreamers. Every stitch, thoughtfully placed to elevate your sleep. Crafted for the way you rest. Made with the finest natural and organic materials. Sustainably sourced, meticulously crafted. Because true luxury isn't just how it feels, it's how it's made. Discover our full line of luxury mattresses at avocadomattress.com.
Brian, it's me. I mean you. Wake up. Come on, man. You got to tell employers to take another look at all the benefits they're offering. Everybody wants to build the best team, and offering Aflac can help attract and retain that top talent. You know we like that top talent. And listen, I mean, you got to listen. Aflac gives employees cash to help with unexpected medical bills. It's prime time to add Aflac.
Request a call today at aflac.com/prime.
CNBC. Live ambitiously. Introducing CNBC Plus, a new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. On-the-go access to international financial markets, business news, and analysis as it happens. Bell-to-bell global live stream, CNBC Plus real-time data, and full episodes of CNBC's Business Day lineup on demand. CNBC Plus. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. The futures have moderated a little, but still some green across the board. Meanwhile, embattled Intel, oh no, he's embattled, he probably is, because the board already had maybe there were some controversial things going on with CEO Lip-Bu Tan. And he says, though, that he has the full support of the board of directors, according to a new letter posted on Intel's website, in what is now his first public response to calls from President Trump for his resignation. From the letter, in his words, I fully share the president's commitment to advancing U.S. national and economic security, adding, we are engaging with the administration to address the matters that have been raised and ensure that they have the facts. Shares of Intel are down about 2% over the past 52 weeks. I'd like, that tells us nothing. 5-year chart would be obviously more interesting to look at, or even longer, because it was a preeminent technology company that, I don't know what word you'd use at this point.
That it is.
Struggling.
That it was. Was past tense, sadly. Coming up next, former economic advisor to and chair under President George W. Bush, Gregory Mankin's going to join us with his thoughts on the president's pick to fill a vacancy on the Fed's Board of Governors. And then Chime CEO Chris Britt on the digital financial services first quarter and how that company is leaning in big to AI. We're coming right back.
This is Buddy. I've never met a dog like him because there's never been a dog like him. Every dog is unique. That's why at the Farmer's Dog, We put your dog at the center of everything we do, with food that's freshly made to human-grade safety standards in personalized portions. It's packed with all the nutrients dogs need and delivered right to you. We just want to make it easier to take care of everybody's buddy.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. You know most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
Every day, I'm checking the markets throughout the trading session, working the phones, talking to sources to share insights, information, and all of the details that you need to make money.
Closing bell overtime for Easter and streaming on CNBC.
Mazda gives you more. More comfort. More room. More peace of mind. When you leave nothing out, there's more to move you. Discover more at the Mazda Summer Sales Event. Current inventory remains unaffected by new tariffs.
Take advantage of one of these exceptional offers during the More to Move You sales event.
I look different. I play different.
We were the greatest defense ever to play the game.
Winning becomes a lifestyle.
Okay, now to the economy and actually the accuracy of government data. Joining us now, Greg Mankiw. He served as Council of Economic Advisors as the chair under George W. Bush, the second Bush. And it's good to see you. We used to be on quite a bit, Greg. It's been a while. Thanks for joining us.
Nice to be with you, Joe.
So we're talking to Sam Altman about the state of AI and GPT-5, and we now know that to get the most important economic numbers for the Fed to base all its policy on and for us to get a gauge of the U.S. economy, we send out stuff that we hope someone might answer at some point, but maybe they really won't, and they might send it back through snail mail, or maybe they don't, and we'll get some idea by the first Friday of the month about what it could be, but by the month later, it could be hundreds of thousands different, and by 2 months later, you might finally have something that might be in the ballpark. Is that any way to run a railroad?
Well, yeah, the data systems are antiquated. I think firing the head of the BLS was not a smart move. It seems like a petulant move, but I think complaining about the nature of the data may make some sense, and maybe, especially in this modern age where we can collect data from different sources and much faster than we could in the past. I think thinking how to modernize that is an important task ahead. To do that, though, probably would require increasing the funding of these statistical agencies, and they've been doing the opposite. They've been actually cutting the funding of these agencies over time, so they're having trouble even doing what they used to do as well as they used to do it. But I think looking ahead, increasing their funding for at least a while so they can modernize these systems does make some sense.
So it would, with the funding they have now, they have been unable to modernize the system?
Well, they're doing what they one of the jobs is to create consistent data over time. And a lot of this data goes back to the post-World War II era. So when you modernize, you really want to do it very carefully because you want the new data to be broadly consistent with the old data. Otherwise, you're not going to really know how to interpret it. So I think that's a tricky task, but that doesn't mean it can't be done. There are people out there trying to come up with better measures. I have a colleague at Harvard Business School who has something called the Billion Prices Project that's following prices on the internet to track inflation even before the CPI sees it. So there's there's things out there, the ADP data, for example, that has not been incorporated into the unemployment data. So I think there's things to do, but it has to be done very carefully. And having a commission that sort of studies this, I think it makes sense. But that would cost money to do that.
You know, some other former commissioners came to the defense of the commissioner that it was fired, but then we heard from, for example, former Labor Secretary Elaine Chao, who said, you know, the commissioner oversees what's going on, but doesn't really get involved in the minutia of the data, so any type of rigging or political aspirations, that wouldn't really be possible. So that's why I don't, in your op-ed, I don't see whether what you're saying really holds true, that now we got to worry about, you know, whether the data is objective or whether it's been politicized. If no BLS commissioner can really do it anyway, why not say, look, you didn't do the job in terms of modernizing this. You didn't take the steps necessary to bring us out of this antiquated system. So you got to go. We'll get someone else in who also can't politicize it, but who at least might look at the problem and try and solve it. I don't know. I don't think it was rigged. But when we had the president, I said you had every right to fire someone for incompetence, because the Fed has a big enough problem right now. They can't even, you know, if they had current data, perfectly accurate current data, they still don't know what to do, whether to hike or to lower, and it's important.
Well, I believe the president has the right to fire the person, but the question of whether it was a wise thing to do or a petulant thing to do. He came out and said the data was rigged. That is completely wrong. I think even the former BLS commissioner that he had appointed said that was ridiculous.
No, I know.
And if he starts firing people every time he gets a piece of data he doesn't like, every time there's a revision he doesn't like, that's a very dangerous way to run a statistical agency. That's going to provide all the wrong set of incentives for the people running this. If they know that their job is at stake just because when they add up the numbers, it doesn't turn out the way the president wants. So that was just in my view,
it was the biggest revision. It's the biggest revision in 50 years. 2-month revision.
Well, you know, in a time of very high uncertainty, you'd expect bigger revisions. And we live in a time of very high uncertainty, in part because of the president's policies. I mean, these tariffs, sometimes going on, sometimes going off, changing day to day, nobody really knowing where he's going. That creates a lot of uncertainty. And a lot of uncertainty is going to mean that data is going to be revised more. Now, there's always a trade-off between getting data that's timely and getting data that's accurate. BLS could wait longer, but then the data wouldn't be as timely.
You're going to rank the current. You go back 50 years. It's the most uncertain that we've ever been about things. Just because of the awful tariffs that obviously you don't like, but I don't. It's not the worst, most uncertainty we've seen. It's always uncertain, Andrew.
Well, the world is always uncertain. That's for sure. But sometimes there's more uncertainty than others. And sometimes the uncertainty is unnecessary. That's a lot of the uncertainty we're facing right now is.
Well, we don't know if it's unnecessary. If it shifts global trade to where the hollowed out center of this country gets fixed and some positive things happen, you don't know the outcome. Go ahead.
Well, so, Greg, I have a slightly different question, which is, to the extent that you believe the credibility of these numbers in the future is going to be in question, how would you try to get the credibility of those numbers back? Which is to say, is that just about appointing certain people? Is that about transparency around the process? Is that around those numbers matching what other private sector data providers are creating? How, to the extent that there are going to be people today who are going to say, look, China comes out with numbers every month, and every month people look at those numbers and they say, well, we're going to discount that, and we actually need to go look at these other numbers because we're not sure who's really telling the truth. To the extent that that wasn't happening in the United States, if you don't think that it was, so people were always comparing some of these numbers against each other anyway, what would you do?
Well, first thing, I'd stop blaming people who don't deserve to be blamed. I think that undermines their integrity, their credibility, in a way that's not helpful for the process. There's no evidence, none, that any of these numbers were rigged in any way, and suggesting they are is a huge step in the wrong direction. Secondly, what I would do is maybe create a commission to study the organization of statistical agencies, get some people who are collecting data in the private sector, trying to figure out if we can combine some of the private sector data with these public surveys in a way to create more accurate estimates. I mean, you've seen revisions over time. So, for example, the poverty rate is an imperfect measure. And the people who've created the poverty rate over at Census have created alternative poverty measures that they hope correct some of the problems in the official poverty rate. And similarly, you can imagine the BLS doing something similar. But that's going to take more resources. That's going to take more staff. And unfortunately, that's not what's happening into the budget. Both this administration and some previous administrations have been trying to squeeze the statistical agencies in a way that's not healthy, because they're basically squeezing lots of parts of government because they basically don't believe in a lot of what government does.
Yep. Probably right about the commission, but you know, those are like the 10 worst words in the English language. They're going to create a commission, and you know. And then we're, you know.
Well, is there a way to do it? I was going to ask him actually if there was a way to do it, Greg, in the private sector. Maybe you don't believe those numbers either.
Well, he said maybe some type of a hybrid or combination of
yeah, I think that's right. I mean, the academic studies too of this. I mean, one of the puzzles out there is that the ADP data and the official BLS data don't track nearly as close as you might expect them to, and that I think is a puzzle.
They converge. It seems. Leisman has pointed out they've converged in the last. Like they were way off, and then they both came to the same number over the past.
Yeah, and so the question is, in real time, how do we weight these different things? And I think that's an interesting question that we don't, as a Congress, really have a good answer to quite yet.
Right. Well, I worry about you, Greg. If every time the president is petulant, you're gonna, you know, it's gonna disturb you. You're gonna need some alcohol or something. Anyway.
Well, I'm not easily disturbed, Joe. But I think having a petulant president is not good for the country.
Get used. I know. Get used to it. You know, he was president before, and he's the same guy. Anyway, thank you.
Where are all the animals, Dad?
Don't know, kiddo. Just not our day.
It's a rare thing when someone you've been with for so long finds a way to surprise you. It's like discovering E-Trade's easy-to-use platform now comes with expert insights from Morgan Stanley to help you navigate the markets.
Mom can speak walrus?
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month. So switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction. And get 2 unlimited lines for just $30 each, with easy monthly billing. For a limited time, new customers get your second month free when you switch to Consumer Cellular.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blends backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
In any business, you ride the line between numbers and people. What's right for the business and what's best for everyone who depends on it. Solving today's challenges while creating future opportunities. It takes balance. CLA, CPAs, consultants, and wealth advisors will get you there.
Decking and railing that stands up to whatever you ask and bends to your every whim. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
Welcome back. Squawk. Fintech company Chime beating estimates in its first report since its June IPO. That stock right now, take a look, we're at 33.01, down marginally this morning. Chris Britz, the Chime co-founder and CEO. Chris, it's nice to see you this morning. How are you feeling about being a public company now?
It feels great. I'm so proud of the team and, for getting us to this moment. And we had a great Q1. We grew our top line 37%. We grew our active member base by 23% year over year. And we also demonstrated great success on the operating leverage side with adjusted EBITDA of 3%. And we raised our expectations across the board. So really great execution and excited for the future.
I'm actually curious, have you had to, now that you actually have to think in quarters, has that shifted anything for you?
No, we got that question on the call actually, and about how we manage risk and so forth. Nothing's changed. You know, we endeavor here to be a generational brand that stands for a new approach to banking that's actually helpful, easy, and free. And we do it actually not as a bank, as a technology company, and a technology company that's focused on the needs of everyday consumer, including like the 2/3 of Americans that live paycheck to paycheck. Traditional incumbent banks don't do a great job of serving this segment, and we've been able to really have outsized success by focusing on their needs around short-term liquidity, avoiding fees, building credit, and getting into a healthy rhythm of saving money.
Right. What do you think the biggest risk is to the business? That regular, I mean, a lot of the banks and big banks, bankers at the big banks don't like you. They think that this basically is a pretend bank that doesn't have the regulations that a bank does, and that you should either be a bank or not be a bank. What do you think of that?
Well, we really like our bank partnership model. So we focus on all elements of the consumer experience and create awesome, easy to use, low cost services. We're a digital company. We partner with banks to hold the deposits. So the money is safe in FDIC insured accounts. Chime doesn't hold the money. It's essentially a tri-party agreement when a consumer signs up for an account between us, our bank partner, and the consumer. And sure, we've heard for the last 10 plus years that the bigger banks poo-pooing us. The banks, look, they have NIM-driven business models. So they want consumers with big balances and really high credit scores. The reality is most people have moderate to low balances and may not fit the credit box of a traditional bank. So banks don't focus their innovation or product strategy for everyday consumers that make up to about $100,000 a year. They focus on services for high net worth clients, private client services, rewards cards that cost thousands of dollars and give you travel benefits. That's not really what the everyday consumer is looking for. So I think we just do a better job of serving this segment based on the fact that we focus on them. And we have a model because of our low cost structure that we can actually develop a profitable relationship with the everyday consumer without having to rely on billions of dollars of fees.
Where does crypto land in your world right now?
Well, crypto is not a focus of ours. We think that the recent legislation around stable coins and some of the progress there, I think that clarity is great for the industry overall, just understanding what the rules of the road are. But to be honest, stable coins, it doesn't really affect our business. If you think about the applications of stable coins in the medium term or potentially even longer, it's really more about more effective cross-border transfers, more effective movements of large dollars for B2B and corporate accounts. We don't see stable coins or crypto playing a role in everyday purchase transactions. Buying your Starbucks.
I ask in part. We just had the CFO. We just had the CFO of Square Square on. I guess. Block. I guess they call themselves Block now. And look, they think that Bitcoin is now like going to be a currency. And when they think about Cash App, for example, which I would imagine you would think about slightly in your world, they think it's a currency. And so that's why I was sort of curious where Chime lands and all that.
We don't see it being a currency here for the everyday consumer anytime soon here in America. Again, we're not against crypto. It just it isn't. I'm a big fan personally, but it hasn't been a focus of our company, and I don't think it's a particularly large focus of the members we serve.
Fair enough, Chris. It's great to see you. Hope to see you in person soon. We'll get you at the table. Nice to see you. We're going to come back right after this with a quick check on the markets.
AI can help your customer service people resolve issues faster so their customers are even happier.
Another thank you for you.
Thanks. Those macaroons?
Don't even think about it.
Nope, I'm not thinking about it.
Is there anything else I can help you with today?
You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend, ride the wave. Stop. That's not how investing works. Wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right?
Premium meat for a natural diet.
Most people don't realize how processed typical dog food is. At the Farmer's Dog, we believe dogs should be able to get their daily nutrition without the excess processing.
The digestibility is just better. We have the right amount of protein, the right amount of fat, the right amount of nutrients being added, but it's real food.
Everybody wants to take care of their dog in the best way that they can. Our mission is just to help them do that.
Seabiz, your company started in the kitchen.
Hello?
Now it has 3. Your team of 5 grew to an army of 500. And that's your logo, right there in marble.
That's big.
To grow your business from big to bigger, you need an advisor built for the middle market.
Our data shows that this deal works.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Accounting, advisory, insurance, and more. Seabiz, insights that impact.
All right, let me tell you about ambition. Too much is not enough. Don't just waste this life. Set the goal really high and go all out. And then you create another vision, and another vision, another vision. So that's being ambitious. This is what it's all about.
Want to glow up? For your phone? With Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. And now I have Google Gemini.
Here's another beauty tip.
Shh, let's keep this between us. Get in on this.
Mazda gives you more. More comfort. More room. More peace of mind. When you leave nothing out, there's more to move you. Discover more at the Mazda Summer Sales Event. Current inventory remains unaffected by new tariffs.
Take advantage of one of these exceptional offers during the More to Move You sales event.
Okay, here's the futures. We've got a couple seconds before we toss it over to Squawk on the Street. Still in the green. There's not a lot happening on with the yield curve at this point. 427 has moved up a little weird, 420 a couple of days ago. Bitcoin has bounced back a little. It's trying to break under 115,000 for a while, but it's back up. We'll
What a week.
My app.
I'm going to work on it. I got Altman, Sam, and I are going to. We're going to be building it. We're in GitHub, trying to build the thing as we speak.
I know. Let me know. Make sure you join us on Monday. Squawk on the Street is up right now.
Good Friday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with David Faber and Mike Santoli at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Kramer has the morning off. Major indices do inch a little closer to those recent highs, although there's intense volatility beneath the surface on some single stock earnings. Double-digit moves on Under Armour, Trade Desk, Pins, Twilio, Sweetgreen, and others. Our roadmap begins with the president naming a top economic advisor and loyalist to fill a vacancy at the Fed. J.P. Morgan makes a new rate call following that announcement.
Intel also responding to the president's call for its CEO to resign. What's at stake for that company and its investors? OpenAI, by the way, ramping up the AI arms race. Got a new version of ChatGPT out, ChatGPT 5. CEO Sam Altman was on CNBC earlier making comments about the possibility of staying private versus going public. We'll have that and a lot more.
Let's begin with the markets overall, pushing higher. S&P, NASDAQ on track for a third positive week in 4 and the best week since June. Tech rallying and consumer discretionary on pace for the best week since late June. We've been talking a lot this morning about some movers, some to the upside, some to the downside, especially names that maybe don't raise guidance as much as some expected.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you just look in aggregate for earnings season, the stock reactions have been net negative with anything but completely blowout numbers in some of the mega caps. And yet the overall market has kind of hung in there, right, within % or 2 from the all-time highs. I mean, the weekly performance is all about Monday's snapback rally from Friday's drop. And we've spent literally the entire week between Thursday's high of last week and Friday's low. So I think it's a matter of the market is kind of riding this rotation and offsetting currents and trying to kind of separate out the either disrupted companies or the ones where the stock price got way ahead of what they could deliver, and mostly leaning on some of the usual suspects, right? I mean, Apple and NVIDIA are by far the biggest week-to-date contributors to the S&P 500. Yesterday, tried to make a rally to the old highs, intraday selling, and yet when you got to the end of the day, it was 50% of stocks up, 50% down. So I think the market is trying to sneak its way through this August seasonal headwind period by sort of saying, let's let the hot parts of the market cool off without necessarily pulling back entirely. Obviously, it's tricky. You're trying to kind of dodge the raindrops, but that's the way it's been going so far.
Apple, I think, is on pace for just had its best two-day third best two-day outperformance relative to the market. And thanks to Apollo today, NVIDIA now has the biggest weight on the S&P of any individual name going back to when data began in '81.
Yes, so like 8%-ish or more of the S&P 500. It's pretty much, you kind of run out of superlatives in terms of the concentration among whether it's the top 4 or 6 stocks. It's interesting, too, with NVIDIA because, you know, a lot of the kind of rationalization of that in the past has been, well, I mean, look, Amazon is really, you know, 10 big cap companies in one, and just because it's all under one, you know, corporate umbrella doesn't necessarily mean the overall market or the economy is more concentrated. NVIDIA is not like that. I mean, NVIDIA is kind of like essentially a couple product line, you know, pure play company, and yet it's going to have $250 billion in revenue in the next fiscal year. At least that's what the estimates say, and there's just nowhere else to put it. It's now getting a little pricey because it's one of the more highly valued, biggest market cap companies we've had in the last quarter century. So I don't know what to make of it.
$250 billion in revenue, and we're talking approaching a $4.5 trillion market cap. Not quite, but not far off.
Yeah, and then, you know, you get a 30+ multiple on the earnings. And it's obviously the market is extrapolating at least some years of continued superior returns. That's just no way around it. It doesn't seem super expensive on like free cash flow, as pointing out yesterday. I mean, Microsoft and Meta are spending all their free cash flow. They're at like 50 times free cash flow.
Yeah, by the way, it's notable that so much of their free cash flow now is going towards CapEx, obviously.
It's just shifting it to NVIDIA.
Instead of it just going potentially towards shareholders in some way or other. And that has been a big shift for them.
Yeah.
But again, and where is it going? A lot of it's going to NVIDIA.
That's it. And, you know, so far the market's willing to kind of give everybody credit for what they're doing, whether it's collecting the money or spending the money. Although I do see some of the kind of bank shot AI infrastructure trades this week have a little bit of an air pocket. For example, I mean, Supermicro kind of been unable to get out of its way. But even if you look at Emerson Electric, Eaton Corp, two of these old line industrials that had kind of acquired the AI electrical build out kind of imprimatur, and then they've, you know, on okay or fine earnings, they did have significant declines this week. So I think that's the push-pull within this market.
That was also the sort of the point behind the downgrade of CAT earlier in the week.
Exactly.
Where I think it was Morgan Stanley argued that the market's underpricing weakness in non-residential domestic construction. McClellan's got a great chart today. Mikey looks at the declining number of NDX components above the 100-day. It's gone from 84 to 63 in 2 weeks, to your general point about some of these looser names getting filtered out.
Exactly. Yeah, in fact, I think Jonathan Krinsky at BTIG yesterday was talking about that. Something similar, which is basically, you know, you have the headline tech sector. It still looks like it has decent momentum, and then below the surface you have things falling away, and it's maybe a little bit, you know, more tenuous or fragile down below. Most of that feeds into, hey, nobody should be surprised if we get some kind of a more consequential pullback. Not necessarily that it's a house of cards. It's more just that the market is being more discriminating. It's kind of migrating toward the more sure things or maybe the crowded stuff. So I do think that there's it's been a noisy and interesting tape beyond that. I mean, you know, Lilly's going to bounce today, it looks like, right? But it really got pounded yesterday.
We're staying 25 years.
And I think there were, like, what else do people who are overloaded with Lilly own? Right? And there was a lot of that action yesterday. And so Visa was down 3% yesterday. Like the large cap consensus growth winners got some, you know, took on some water yesterday. Now I think Visa's going to bounce a little bit too here. But, you know, it's just kind of interesting how when you do have these kind of portfolio reshufflings on the fly, and it's August, and you don't necessarily have really strong flows just, you know, in terms of blind buy the market type money, that's where you get the choppiness.
Now on to Intel. By the way, NVIDIA is about 48 times bigger than Intel in terms of market cap. But that doesn't mean that Intel isn't important. It remains an important company, and its CEO Lip-Bu is responding to the president's call for him to resign over his ties, at least, or investments that he has in China. In a message to employees last night, Tan wrote, "We are engaging with the administration to address the matters that have been raised and ensure they have the facts. I fully share the president's commitment to advancing U.S. national and economic security. I appreciate his leadership to advance these priorities, and I'm proud to lead a company that is so central to these goals." The CEO going on to say Intel's board has been fully supportive. Now, the Wall Street Journal this morning reporting, in fact, that Mr. Bhutan is already at odds with the board. Journal says directors have been clashing over exactly the strategy to revive. Struggling doesn't even really encapsulate this. I mean, they'll be writing textbooks about this one.
Yeah.
To the extent that anybody ever writes a textbook again. I guess you have ChatGPT 5 now, so what do you need a textbook for? But Mike, it is stunning. I mentioned it 49 times, but also because it does put into stark reality just what's happened here over the last 15 years, 10, 15 years.
For sure.
They're trying to figure out a strategy there in terms of the board saying, do we not keep fabs in any way, or does the current management want to somehow still keep a manufacturing component in some fashion? They've taken $8 billion, or at least are potentially taking $8 billion under the CHIPS Act from the CHIPS Act to help build and create domestic capacity for manufacturing of semiconductors in this country. But man, it cannot be easy trying to turn around a company. Meanwhile, the president's firing at you as well, saying you should resign.
I mean, and the amounts of investment needed for them to remain kind of relevant as a manufacturer and what they're trying to do and build out and produce here, it's really large sums relative to the size of this company now, right? That's what's happened, right? The revenue this year, $51 billion is what Intel's expected.
Yep.
You're talking about $18 billion in CapEx. As a percentage of the market cap, of course, that's big. So it's becoming tricky for them to still play, in the big leagues with everybody else.
Yep.
Stock trades at, discount to book value, kind of the market way of saying
There was a reference in the Journal story to a potential capital raise that they had been thinking about, at least, and discussing, I guess, with bankers. Again, I'm referring here to reporting from the Journal's reporter on this, but that's interesting. And of course, to your point, I mean, there is going to be a need potentially for even more capital, even if they do cut off entirely sort of the manufacturing side of the equation.
Yeah, it would appear so. So they are running negative free cash flow and all the rest. I mean, it's been so tricky. I remember when it was like 30 and people thought that was kind of like an interesting line in the sand in the stock price, and it was, no real premium to book value at that point, or not much of one. And, it still continued to be kind of orphaned in this world. At a time when AMD, if we remember, there was a moment in time when AMD was like a pimple on Intel.
The line was that AMD existed at the pleasure of Intel back in
just to make sure it didn't have full antitrust. Yeah, kept some antitrust immunity to a certain extent.
Right, and now we're in a world where AMD is even saying, like, well, we're kind of playing for what sort of spills over the rim in AI investment from NVIDIA, and it's material, to an AMD, even though they're, $280 billion market cap company.
And unable this week at least to benefit from, and we'll talk about this after the break, the continued divergence between semis and software. I think software relative to semis is year-to-date extremes, right? On the upside.
Huge waves of selling yesterday. Yeah, we'll get into some of that.
In software. Yeah, which we'll get to as well. Speaking of, still to come right here, what OpenAI CEO Sam Altman is saying about the launch of GPT-5 and the possibility of OpenAI going public. Also ahead, an exclusive interview with Paramount Skydance CEO David Ellison. That'll be in the next hour of Squawk on the Street, which will be right back.
I can't do it! Cut this gap! It's just too big!
Bring on the double. After my hospital stay, Aflac helped close the gap by paying me cash for expenses health insurance didn't cover. Nothing covers gaps better than the Aflac duck.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover. Find an agent, get a quote at Aflac.com. You do look like me.
Behind this couple's financial future is their advisor, who's building a portfolio designed to meet all their needs. And behind their advisor are Vanguard's institutional quality bond funds, powered by a deep bench of experts who have consistently delivered year after year. Fact is, 90% of Vanguard's active bond funds outperformed their peers over the last 10 years.
You can get behind that.
Are you backed by institutional quality bond funds? Vanguard.
Rolling sound, clip.
Reset. Hi, I'm referee number 2. So sorry I'm late. Violation. Red card.
And cut.
Moving on.
So this is your car, huh?
Yeah. Bye, guys.
How much are we paying this guy?
Lease the 2025 Tiguan S for $299 a month. Limited inventory available.
Introducing CNBC Plus, a new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. On-the-go access to international financial markets, business news, and analysis as it happens. Bell-to-bell global live stream, CNBC Plus real-time data, and full episodes of CNBC's Business Day lineup on demand. CNBC Plus. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Is the home of free electricity, so your home can be the home of dive-in movies. The Flex Your Credits electricity plan features blockbuster savings with your 2 highest use days free every week automatically. And how's this for a crowd pleaser? You also get $200 in bill credits to use when you need them most. It's savings so good, you'll feel like you're floating. The Flex Your Credits electricity plan from Reliant, official energy provider of the Dallas Cowboys.
Getaway today.
This model's smarter, it's faster, it's more intuitive, it's more useful in a bunch of ways. One of the biggest things, though, is it's an integrated single experience. We built a system that can answer easy questions quickly. It can think for a long time and answer hard questions. And it's there's just one thing called GPT-5 now instead of the long list of models we used to have. It's much better for businesses and enterprises. The coding in particular is something that people have been really waiting for a great model for. So we're seeing super strong enterprise adoption of this.
That was OpenAI CEO Sam Altman. He was a guest last hour on Squawk Box and, of course, was talking about the launch of GPT-5. It came out yesterday. Guys, I don't know if you had an opportunity to see the live stream. I did watch it yesterday, a little later in the day. And to Mr. Altman's point, I think, you are amazed in some way, and I think also petrified, frankly, in others. And there's Sam, and then he brings up in a quick concurrence a lot of the different employees who worked on different parts of it. One that caught my eye was an employee who wanted to create an app for his, I think it was his girlfriend or his significant other to be able to speak French, because he's a French speaker. And the code was written in a matter of minutes. And it was pretty shocking. And by the way, the app was quite interesting and seemingly quite good. There's what I'm referring to. And to Altman's point, the idea of this thing being able to write code and do it so quickly, and by the way, different versions of it, so you actually can have it do it again or do different types of, see which app you like the most, you think is the most effective. It just goes, Mike, to what is yet to come and what will be in the enterprise, to the larger, I think, considerations we have as a society in terms of what this will mean for employment, for example, but even more so for us, the efficiencies that will soon perhaps start to be seen in terms of even margin improvement at some of these companies.
And a lot of focus the market is starting to place on, okay, who gets displaced with all of that? And that, I think, was part of the story yesterday with software. Now, Altman himself has been pretty pointed about saying, you know, this is where this is going to really be felt. It's going to penetrate in that area of code writing and maybe just doing things that are now kind of handled by subscription-based SaaS-type companies or whatever. That wasn't all that was going on in the market yesterday with the software sell-off, but it was part of the overlay, and it was attributed. You know, some of the trading desks were saying that was a piece of it. Now, HubSpot missed, Fortinet had a warning. You know, all these other individual names, you know, got hurt. But it was like Salesforce and ServiceNow and the big guys were also down. So I don't know if that's just kind of a general liquidation, but I think that that's going to remain an area that investors are a little bit suspect of in terms of how sustainable those moats are.
Carl, the rapidity with which one could create an app if you have an idea without being able to write a line of code is pretty shocking.
Yeah. I mean, we know Microsoft has said a third of their code's getting written by machines right now.
Good morning. Looks like it's all chopped now. But short at 5:45. 3 minutes looks like nothing, but 15 minutes looks like we have more downside, so we might lose 500 later. I haven't taken a trade yet, so I'm gonna wait to open.
It's one of those disprovable things, and I'm sure that's a definite part of it, but I also feel like we're in this low fire. Yeah, no fire. And why are we no fire? Because like 250,000 boomers retired in bonds, and so companies just have this stock and they're not backfilling it, at least not quickly. Now, some of that's productivity. I'm sure some of it's, you know, we can get by with some AI application to do the research jobs or do the, you know, whatever. But
I mean, GPT-5 is, you know, the writing is better. The voice recognition, not recognition, the ability to speak, it's just, of course, as you might expect, it continues to improve, and it has plenty of competitors.
Yeah, GPT payout is nice. Every day, I've got to pay out for like, what, total's 80 days, but it's not daily though.
Employees to potentially get some liquidity. That's been reported on recently. I've talked about the difficulty of the negotiations that they have with their, almost 40% owner, Microsoft, and trying to unravel a very difficult structure in terms of being a nonprofit, becoming a for-profit. And then there's the possibility of coming public, which Altman was asked about on Squawk Box. Take a listen to his answer.
Totally get why people wish we were just a public company now, and I have very conflicted, not hating, but I have like negative feelings about how much growth happens in private markets and how, you know, not every investor gets access to this phase of growth. Whenever we do go public, if we ever go public, I think there will be tremendous upside left in front of the company, but I get why people would like love for us to be public or sooner, and I'm sure people also get the reality of like we're still in a crazy position, and it would be very hard for us to be public given just all of the realities of that.
Crazy position. I think, you know, they're trying to figure something out by the end of the year in terms of a significant restructuring that has got great importance for Microsoft, for OpenAI, for SoftBank, for any number of others. So we'll see how that
You
develops.
traded your pro yet?
Perhaps this will be back in the public markets. Interesting to hear him say he believes if and when that day comes, there'll still be a lot of growth for OpenAI.
Oh, you do have to pay the 25K one, right?
You can't say, oh, hey, we're growth.
basically, you know, going to come.
It would have been cheaper you just pay for it beginning instead of waiting for the freebie, but freebie just like a, in case you fail, you don't lose any money, you know what I mean?
This is going to be a leader in this, basically the only thing that tech investors care about.
And you don't give a shit, you just YOLO. When you fail, you fail.
Users now, you're talking about a run rate, at least on revenues, as much as $20 billion.
This market is,
So you can get a sense
yeah, go ahead.
as I pointed out, the multiple to revenues, even at $300 billion, let alone 500, is still below that of Palantir.
Yeah.
Right.
That's, like all night, it just chopped out within 20 points, nothing else. No movement.
Is there enough room for all these models, or is it going to be a winner take most? And so is a lot of the
That's
investment
good.
redundant in other ones, or is it just so early that none of that's going to matter? But no matter what, it's going to be a huge company if and when it comes public. I know Steve Case always likes to talk about how I think the AOL IPO raised like $10 million. It was basically just insubstantial company. Right. It was early. But
then you were able to get on the growth phase.
But then it just went.
Here, others have frustration with it.
Right. Yeah.
Whereas so many of these companies,
stay public, as we've said so many times, will fall off for private access to 401ks, right? By the time they do,
For how long?
more mature, more earning, right? Sure, yeah, that's right. Higher quality, yeah.
Had a babysit Monday. At least the last 2 days been good. So I'm guarantee Apex payout Monday. All I gotta do is flip. There's no way I can fuck it up by flipping. You know what I mean? No, I would've got it. I got my amount. Hold on, let me show you. So I just gotta flip Monday and then request a Monday night. And if they approve me on Monday night, I can YOLO CPI, but I don't think it's gonna be approved before CPI. But yeah, so I hit my 7,600. I just request through the buffer 3,500. Yeah, and then day trade, I need $150 and I'll get a $1,000 payout, $600. Good start for the month.
What does it mean to live a rich life? It means
And GPT's been adding up. I hope so. I sent the email out, so hopefully they'll nice about like just at least giving the account back. You know what I mean? I'm sure he's not gonna get the money. 100% sure he's not gonna get the 10,000. Well, he got the reply back yesterday, about them saying no. But they even understand it's an accident, but they won't budge. You know what I mean?
Plan for retirement income.
Yeah, he asked for his account back.
Like being too conservative
Yeah.
or not setting retirement goals.
They said they know it's an accident, but it's, you know, it's part of the thing. You can't break it. But not just the worker though, but you move it up to like the director or executive, they might do something. But who knows?
Maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4544.
Yeah, I sent the email.
Plan to keep you on track.
I mean, at least I can do for Van.
And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better.
Yeah. He ain't gonna get that money though. I'm sure he ain't gonna get that money. I hope he get his account back and he can try again. I think he tilted everything. Like his Apex, his Tradeify, yeah. Yeah.
Everything that we do is focused on personalizing that learning journey.
You're gonna join the Bugatti race today? Yeah, it's gonna be for Tradeify. Did you pass that yet?
What just happened in the markets that day.
Oh wait, you're gonna say for CPI, never mind, yeah.
Sophisticated investors, beginning investors, I'm always welcome.
Closing bell overtime. Weekdays 4 Eastern.
Yeah, we'll do another one today for the Tradeify, so just get on it later.
It's been a puzzling picture in travel, but today Expedia points to
Not short, but 3 minutes looks like that's a little upside, but 15 minutes still got room to go down. So I'm just gonna wait.
We'll get the opening bell in a few moments. Don't forget, you can catch us anytime, anywhere. Just listen to and follow the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
How much power/influence the chair ultimately has. What the Fed needs is.
Yeah, I told my wife, can you make coffee today? I didn't want to wake up. Woke up, I was like, damn, so much drama.
For your phone. With Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. And now I have Google Gemini. Here's another beauty tip.
Ocala?
Keep this between us. Get in on
Oh, because I told him stop being a dick. Because he was mad at, it was yesterday, he was mad at TikTok because they banned India. It's like, it's not them, it's the broker, you know what I mean? And then it was being a dick to Lucid because Lucid doesn't have, all they have is ribbon, what that platform is. You know, so he blew his account because he said it was lagging. Like, you don't like that platform, then just wait till they get Project X. Well, it was just tagging the CEO. I just told him stop being a dick. And then today, earlier, said, you don't like me being a dick, then kick me. I just banned him. Yeah, I was like, if you want to get kicked, okay.
When logic bends, when certainty
But he's the one that been playing those stupid noise on our voice when me and you were chatting.
go beyond the headlines.
Yeah, that was him.
Trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Yeah, nobody's a bear anymore. Everybody's trying to buy the dip, and now they're getting wrecked.
At public at higher rates than anything else that was able to find online.
Yeah, it's Friday, so don't over trade.
I needed something stable that could really give me long-term financial benefits. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I mean, Indeed.
Indeed, you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Oh, Fish actually made it out alive yesterday. You know, he was down like, what? How much was it? 100,000, right? The commission, straight. Dude, his commission is like over $5,000. I think so, but he probably like in and out, in and out, in and out. Cause 5K commission is huge. But his bot, it's scalped like crazy though.
The fact that we're winning with the next generation, with more than 50% of the platform being Gen Z now, and really at the core of that is what we've done with making AI central to what we're doing in the product, where Pinterest has really become an AI winner and is driving increasing engagement across the platform.
Harris Pinterest's Bill Ready with Jim on Mad Money last night talking about engagement on the platform. Shares are down this morning on the back of earnings, about 14%. Actually, sales were a beat, up 17. MAU's up 11, but I think the guidance on some operating margins or some EBITDA margins with a slight miss.
I do think really is emblematic of how we've been treating this quarter, right? Every stock's been on a multi-month run. I mean, it's not like a super expensive stock for sure. It's like 20-ish times forward earnings. But yeah, just in terms of perceived deceleration in the outlook was enough to give the stock kind of a haircut. Kind of an awkward size in terms of, market cap. With the other, social media names, 20-ish.
That's a lot short at 545. It looks like I got more upside. I'm gonna wait before I short. Yeah, I got a lot more upside. What's a high? 583?
BTIG note yesterday, having a diffusion. I think Pritzky's argument is that it maybe feeds their view that we do go back to test, say, the February highs would be around 6,100.
Exactly. So the textbook would say that's what we're set up for. I do have to kind of filter that through the recognition that literally everybody knows August is supposed to be tougher or weaker or sideways or choppy into September as well. And so did people kind of clench in advance of that and maybe they're, kind of pulled in their horns? The AAI Retail Investor Survey yesterday slipped back to more bears than bulls. It hasn't been representative of really the market environment. It's been a little bit more of a kind of a bad mood among smaller investors.
Still choppy though.
But I do think you have to recognize that it's been less over months. The short base has been completely purged from this market because massive outperformance of heavily shorted
I want to flush. I can long, but I'm scared of short because of the 3 minutes.
Coming in with sooner cuts, is that going to cushion at least the economic sentiment? Fascinatingly, cyclical stocks are working. So even consumer, we're talking about all these individual loans in consumer. Consumer discretionary are an equal weighted basis is doing better than defensive stocks. So the market isn't expressing super concern. Part of it's rate sensitive stuff. Home builders, home improvement, they've all of a sudden got big. I think that's what's kind of keeping us.
I have a 71 short if it hits. If it hits.
Intellectually acknowledges pullback risk.
Are you rolling healthcare into defensives?
It's sort of a hybrid, but yes, in general, that would explain the case. Exactly. I've sort of thought about that as well. Like, you're really talking about outright weakness in defensives like Staples and and healthcare to a fair degree.
Tired.
Meanwhile, energy and materials, have really reversed to the downside as well. And not that they're defensive, but they're certainly not kind of risk appetite tells you.
There's some laggards we were watching, talking about trade desks this morning. Again, 30% plus mover on results, David, where Q2 was essentially a meet, but the
Yeah, I haven't taken a trade yet, guys. Still waiting.
basically on the guidance.
It's sort of prone to those moves, yeah. I mean, I think the market kind of looks at these things and just wonders if this isn't the best mousetrap.
I like a short because the bot is short, but I need to go up higher. On the bus.
Quickly enough in favor of them. It's obviously. Also, this has occasionally been one of those outright momentum names that just gets run to crazy heights once in a while.
There's been a couple buckets. You mentioned consumer. Restaurants
What's
are
up,
definitely
Ismail?
of interest today. David, Sweetgreen's earnings last night, where comps were negative.
It's a shitty morning. It's just chopping all night and this morning.
20+% pre-market. And then Wendy's.
Holy shit, you see TTD, the trade desk? Negative 40%. Fuck, I knew advertising was bad too.
One of the weakest performing day parts.
Right.
Yeah, holy fuck.
Breakfast is a proxy for employment because it's an easy thing to cut. If you
I
can't
hate
breakfast,
TTD. They actually blacklisted my company.
Commuting, and also
Yeah.
most discretionary of discretionary spends. Interesting that Wendy's stock.
Yeah, I knew advertising was bad because even Google's not doing good.
Tough year, so it's bouncing just slightly on this. Because
Damn, that almost 52 weeks low.
they called out specific.
Where's United Healthcare? I want to see their stocks. United Healthcare 245.
Things like that. Again, you have to wonder too if that general part of the industry's got a little more crowded.
See, that short would have been good.
It's never been, a fabulously,
Waiting for 570s I can short. Might be go up to 684 today if it goes to the upside.
To lower the employment number in the stores.
The Jetsons.
Yeah, they can make it sound.
Let me see what pre-loan think. Is he a bear?
Sweet Green went public not that long ago. We've been keeping an eye on some of our recent
Well, his system is more on spies. It's more to the upside, so yeah.
Of Big Mac, of course, coming public at 33, racing to.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah. 40 down in the
I don't trade ES though, that's the only thing.
go up this morning. And then Chime reported earnings, also a recent
Oh, your
IPO,
trip is coming up. You excited?
that class that soared though, but did fine as you take a look at Figma.
Yeah, I was just looking this morning.
Everybody said Vegas is dead, so let me know.
45% off the high. I was set on the second day trade. Yeah.
And it's adding up. So because my thing, the rates are lower, which means rates lower. They're just trying to get the rooms filled. You know what I mean?
Came public in June, down 50%. Peak was day 3. Okay. And then Chime.
They need to drop resort fees so people come back and make it cheaper. Too fucking expensive.
So the point is not that these deals fizzle immediately or they don't have a reception, but they satisfy the short-term.
Well, my wife told me Trump trying to make people pay $10,000 to come visit the United States. I was like, what? And that's true. That's a dumbass move.
It's like on to the next one, like when's the next hot one? So, they usually settle out and they find a certain level and they have a couple of quarters.
Yeah, well, he's thinking like people gotta suck America's dick to come visit. Ain't gonna work.
Order submitted.
Reporting its first quarter as a public
Like, we need China more than anything else, actually.
Squawk Box as well, and as you see, Mike, not enough to satisfy investors at this point with the stock down double.
I'm short at 171.
Top line growth of 37%.
Yeah.
19% as well, and a gross profit.
And I'm short on my probe too.
Order submitted.
363 million. We're talking about a 69% transaction margin.
Yeah. You know, another one of these. I mean, fintech is
Order
obviously
filled.
been
And
a
I'm out.
place where everyone
Order
feels as
Well, I
though
haven't
it's
touched my
such a huge
ETF
addressable
yet.
market, and you can sneak in there, and SoFi is, you know, kind of
Order
found its
filled.
spot, even though it's a volatile stock.
Yeah, I mean, here's
Order
going after
submitted.
more of the people who are almost the unbanked, so to
Unbanked,
speak.
yeah.
And seeing them as a profitable and potential opportunity. Guys, keeping an eye on shares of Tesla this morning, which is up, despite what you might have thought would have been perhaps a negative. They disbanded their Dojo supercomputer team.
Order
A number of
filled.
people leaving there. They're now sort of
Order
going to be
submitted.
going
Order canceled.
outside, so to speak, to a certain extent.
Yeah, man, I should have waited. I shouldn't go back in. Oh well.
It's separate from NSA, which is another Musk company. Remember, the two are completely separate at this
I see the
point.
bot's gonna go long. No, not yet. Still got more upside though.
But they disbanded that team. Stock, Mike, it's actually had a bit of a move lately,
Yeah.
hasn't it? As we watch it cross back above the $1 trillion market cap threshold of Tesla.
It has. I mean, if you look at it, like on a 1 year basis, it's just kind of narrowing out in this way, where it's sort of like this indecisive middle ground between the highs and the lows. Don't really know what moves it. What you do always know is that the stock doesn't always love direct interaction with the corporate fundamentals. So when it's earnings season, it gets kind of noisy, and then it becomes, you know, eye of the beholder, and it's sort of
Order
still
canceled.
riding the whole
Yeah,
must pay
let me
back
pass
game.
this
He's gonna be
fucking
there.
150 TPT.
Order submitted.
About that, of course, you know, 90.
I'm sick of resetting this piece of crap.
1/3 essentially of the 2018 pay package, which is still in dispute, at least in terms of the Delaware courts, Delaware Supreme Court yet to rule. But yeah, it did have a decent week. I mean, you know, we've had a number of moves. Obviously, Apple chief amongst them
Order
in terms
filled.
of at least as market cap accretion
Order
during the course
submitted.
of the week, given Tim Cook's appearance at the White House. Seemingly,
I hope he didn't short earlier. Kite probably blew his account.
exemptions for the iPhone, correct?
But nobody's disputing.
There's an implicit
Order filled.
Although I think
Order
one of the
submitted.
commentary yesterday was, does anyone believe that that doesn't mean in the
What's
future,
up, buddy?
whether there's a handshake agreement or not,
Order
that
submitted.
rates
Morning,
could
morning.
change, given sort of the whimsical nature of the policy
Order
so far.
filled.
I mean, look at Japan overnight, asking for some.
Sam, I've been having bad luck there.
Order filled.
Right, and clarity around the agreement, so to speak, which is still not fully papered in any way. And I brought up any
Was it near payout?
$550 billion
Oh, okay.
investment fund.
Yeah, I stopped over there.
Order filled.
Get really bad luck for me. Well, I didn't stop. It's last on my list, so it's on with Apex. those two are my last trade.
The majority of it is loans and loan
So Toa, it's gonna get its account back. I asked him to help out Van too on the Twitter, so let's see. I hope Van gets his account back at least.
Worst day they've seen, I think, in a quarter century. This after Lilly presented the data on its oral formulation for GLP.
Well, on Funded Next, they deleted his account and won't pay him for scalping. But his posts got a lot of views, so they're gonna give him his account back.
Yeah, take a look at XLV versus the S&P. I think we're at an all-time low now. Yes.
I hope Van get his account back too, because I'm trying to get Van his views on Twitter. But Van is TPT, so it's different.
Which is that the waiting, the healthcare is barely
Yeah,
above
but
it.
no, they do watch it. They just don't say anything about it. But they do email me about it too.
What is included in healthcare? Because it's pretty.
I wasn't mean about it. I was actually nice about it. So I don't want to trash TPT. I like them a lot. Oh man, that pump.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order
The
submitted.
point is, it's just never been. Yeah, I mean, you look at the big cap farm.
Yeah, I'm sure that 94.
Or UNH, of course, had its own issues.
Man, that pump. Let's see, his bot's gonna go long.
Big pharma trading.
Yeah, bot went long. I knew it. You fucking shit. Oh no. I don't know. Bot's getting chopped out. I don't believe it's good. It's a good long. We'll see.
Just a little above.
Yeah.
Because J&J and Lilly together still are $1 trillion. Sure. Yeah, I mean, we have like a, what? $55 trillion S&P 500 or something like that at this point. So,
You guys, Kugler steps down from the Fed today. And of course, we learned about Stephen Myron, top economic advisor to the White House, going to replace her, at least on a short-term basis. A lot of discussion last night about a paper that he wrote in 2024 where he essentially argued that a Fed that's uncontrolled by its citizenry is unacceptable, but not completely discounting the notion of Fed independence. JP Morgan's view is that this is all going to get hammered out in Senate confirmation.
I was into that pump.
Is very much on the
and
I mean, I think that a lot of the commentary is, first of all, any of those types of initiatives would require Congress. So it's not, in other words, it's nothing that can actually happen in a material
I was shorting with the bot. I was up pretty good, and then that bot just flipped long, so I'm stuck.
Being in there and part of the committee meetings and a voice on monetary policy and just a general approach. Yeah, it's choppy. It's a different mix at this point. I know JP Morgan, Mike Furley, the economist over there, talking about, just pulling forward his estimate of the first rate cut in part based on this. Now, we don't know if he's going to be voting in September, if he's going to be confirmed.
Oh, today? Oh, it ends Sunday. Take profit refund sale ends Sunday. I just got the email.
Last meeting, maybe that just seems a little bit too much in terms of stomaching that amount of disagreement. Plus, of course, we have.
So I gotta buy some this weekend.
And we're going to get CPI, PPI, and retail sales next week. Where some of the consensus on core CPI's got a 3 handle.
So that's why I thought that Powell really, I mean, and the rest of the majority of the committee has said it would be uncomfortable to be easing when you have headline or core CPI up in those levels. On the other hand, I mean, oil's been in free fall. If you want to talk about forward-looking indicators of headline inflation, you can find a way to suggest that the balance of risk has shifted enough.
Yeah, 94 and 91.
Order submitted.
It's a lot of it is about what the signal effect is, because you don't want to just do a 25 and then go on wait and see mode again. Right.
Yeah, 15 minutes curving, trying to curve up, but not yet, so I don't really know. It's just hard to tell now.
3 months of job growth since COVID. I mean, there's plenty of things to worry about on the labor front. Although core goods, you can see the charts.
Absolutely.
Goldman sees core CPI 3.3.
Nah, 3 minutes is near, but not yet. It's not overbought yet. ES bot just went long.
You have to deal with that kind of dissonance.
Damn, it's going. I even knew the long's good because 3 minutes got more upside too.
Acute inflation watch at this point. Maybe it is feeling like we're declaring victory, that it can kind of be absorbed, and core goods is not really what moves the overall inflation picture or expectations, but we'll see if we get lucky.
But by coming out of earnings season as we are now, so where are we? And in August, obviously, where there is perhaps not as much participation, what are we going to be focused on in these next few weeks, let's call it?
I mean, I really do think we are going to use CPI.
What's the next level? 684, and that's huge. You hit 684.
Whatever is going to happen in September,
order canceled.
It's going to be kind of
we average down to 650.
And so we have that in Jackson Hole, and we're going to get retail earnings, I think, in a greater degree coming in the next few weeks too. And so even though that's not the biggest quarter for make or break for retail companies, it's important.
By the way, we didn't get to Ralph Lauren yesterday warning about tariff and margins. Today it's Under Armour. They see gross margins falling almost 4 points. North American revenue down double digits in the coming quarter on the impact of tariffs primarily. So we'll see. There's Ralph Lauren, but down yesterday.
I didn't touch my ETF. I need to touch my ETF.
Order submitted.
As we go to break, watch bonds today.
Order filled.
Data. In fact, we're only going to
order
get
submitted.
Fed commentary at 10.
Sorry, Kite.
Bowman actually speaks tomorrow at 12:15 p.m. Eastern time. And of course,
order canceled.
Busy week of macro data next week. Stay with us.
I'm only up $100. I need more. Forgot about it until Kite told me he blew his ETF, so I'm gonna trade my ETF.
Fixed income.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Damn, that pump. That bot got 40 points long.
Plant-based healthy blood pressure support. There's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Superbeats by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended B brand for
Order submitted.
Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
I still love to surf, snowboard, and of course skate. So I take Cuno Magnesium to support my muscle.
Damn.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Benefits of magnesium. Cuno, the brand I trust.
Order
I know how to
canceled.
make slick-looking goggles/glasses, but I have no idea how to make slick-looking.
Order
social media
submitted.
stuff. But GoDaddy Hero.
We'll dump later. I did this yesterday too. I'll pump and then it's gonna jump.
Are
Hopefully.
you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, causing irreversible vision loss. But with Izervay, you can... Ask your doctor about Izervay.
What's up?
Izervay is the #1 prescribed FDA-approved treatment for new GA patients. Izervay is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk
Nice.
of wet AMD.
Nice.
Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered.
Make
after
sure he
the
posts it on
canceled
Twitter, okay?
exam. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
I
and
need
help preserve your vision longer.
50 more dollars.
Order submitted.
Slow your GA. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Ooh, I can ignore that. Just a reminder to get life insurance, but I can do it later. We just got our life insurance through Ethos. You could get $1 million in coverage, and it only takes about 10 minutes. That's not bad, actually.
Check your price today at ethos.com. Welcome to CNBC's Crypto World.
CNBC's daily digital show has trading updates, the latest headlines, a global perspective, and high-profile interviews. Scan to watch CNBC's Crypto World, sponsored by Crypto.com.
Coming up in the next hour, David Ellison, new boss, of course, at Paramount Skydance, controls the company. Let's find out what the strategy is going to be for the years ahead in terms of the transformation that he will undertake now that the merger, so to speak, of his Skydance and Paramount has taken place. It's coming up very soon, about 20 minutes from now.
What's best for everyone who depends on it. Solving today's challenges while creating future opportunities. It takes balance. CLA, CPAs, consultants, and wealth advisors will get you there.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own, and fast. Thankfully, she's on Redfin. They update their listings every 2 minutes. And with so many options, she's bound to find exactly what she wants.
This one's just right.
Is she moving?
But happening. It is happening.
Age-related memory decline? Meet new Cunol Brain Health, the first and only tablet to combine 2 high-absorption ingredients, clinically shown to improve memory, focus, attention, and more. Trust Cunol for more comprehensive brain health support.
Hearing Life helps you hear every special moment with personalized hearing care and the latest technology. Book your
What
free
up?
hearing test at Hearing Life today.
The digital gold that is data has never
Oh.
been more important.
I know
know we're prepared. We've done the hard work. We're going to keep getting better to serve our clients.
What's up, buddy? ETF? I don't think so. Right? Yeah.
I know what you're thinking.
Hey, come on.
Total blow.
Pull back, baby.
I totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer. Like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini,
That's
what eye
good.
makeup goes with this lipstick? I'd suggest a classic cat eye.
What account is that,
Setting
Rose?
the bar high for daycare pickup.
Nice. Starter or the scale? I don't know. Is this a scale or starter plus? I don't know. Yeah. It's the older one. It's the older one. Yeah. It's the older one. Those are better.
Today marks 1 year since Kelly Ortberg took over as CEO of Boeing. Shares are up 35% of that time. Our Phil LeBeau is here with more on where the plane maker is and its turnaround plan. Phil, I see it's up $100 since that April 7th low.
Oof. Remember that? I remember when it was down that low, there were more than a few people saying,
Next
well,
week
you
is
gotta buy it.
CPI.
It
So
can only
don't
go up from here. But Kelly Ortberg becoming the CEO in August of last year, that was a significant moment because he essentially came in and said, you know what? We're
cash
gonna
out
get back to the
400.
basics.
Yeah.
And that's really been the progress that he's made at Boeing, focusing on quality and safety. And I know that's not sexy, but it was so important for the company. It's helped cut losses.
got it.
They've lowered their cash burn. Probably are going to be cash flow positive by the end of the year. At least that's their projection. And they're improving 737 MAX production, which means improving deliveries. That's how they're going to get back to cash flow positive. It's always been the case at Boeing. Commercial airplanes drive the bottom line more than anything
Morning.
else. In the first half, they delivered 201. The production rate right now, 38 per month. They expect to be up to 42 per month by the end of the year, provided they get approval by the FAA. So as you take a look at shares of Boeing, and we're going back all the way to March 10th of 2019. Why are we going back that far? Because that's when there was the second 737 MAX crash. And that really was the beginning of what's been essentially 7 years of struggles at Boeing. The backlog, by the way, for the MAX now stands at 4,869 planes. And again, as I mentioned earlier, the plan for Boeing, at least their projection, when we talked to Kelly Ortberg a few weeks ago, is to be cash flow positive by the end of this year. If they hit that target, guys, I bet you're going to see this stock take another step higher because once you get to that point, if
No, I need 594 to get out.
Airplane production, you really start to see the cash flow improve substantially.
I got one NQ. No, I was short with yeah. It's my 150K eval. No, I was short with the bot and then the bot flipped long. I didn't get out.
With Spirit, it's not that all of
I thought it was gonna pull back, but
their primary
it did not pull back
for
at all.
Boeing and for Airbus. But part of the hang-up with getting that deal done was that there's a good chunk of it that is being bought by Airbus. They have facilities over in the UK that will now be part of Airbus's operation. So
I don't watch any of his stuff or anybody else.
acquisition/split up is almost done. And once that gets done, that's going to be perceived as another catalyst both for Boeing and for Airbus.
It's a big story. Exceeded only year to
For
date.
free or like a fee?
Names on the upside. That's Phil LeBeau.
Okay.
Watching the anniversary of Ortberg's tenure. We talk with Kramer all the time about the capital raise mid-year, right? Remember that?
Yeah. Not to mention, of course, the most important bond
I'm
offering
looking
ever
at it. Is
done
that the
was when
Timo
April
of Rips?
2020, if I remember when we were very concerned about a lot of things back then.
Because it couldn't get Rips on his show. That's why. Because he wanted Rips to get on his YouTube, and Rips never did.
We're going to have an exclusive with
So he got a
Paramount's
Chinese version.
Chairman and CEO David Ellison.
Oh, I don't know.
Walk on the street.
Order canceled.
That's funny though.
submitted.
Nice. But that's just gonna make them YOLO. I mean, it's not really helping.
Their 100% U.S.-based customer service is also 100% human. You don't have to.
For those 50 and up, get 2 unlimited lines for $30 each with consumer cellular.
Yeah. Especially when you want to win a 5K.
1932 $10 gold Indian coins have been found. These gorgeous 1932 gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 400 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling the secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1932
Order
dated gold
submitted.
coin featuring Lady Liberty with an Indian boar headdress and a majestic eagle. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1932 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 92 years of history you can hold in your hand. Call 1-888-870-6353.
Which account?
You receive a free bonus over a $55 value free
Oh,
with every order. Call
those people. Yeah.
1-888-870-6353 to secure your 1932 $10 gold Indian coins before they sell out. Don't wait. You must act fast. Call now.
Oh, I can ignore that. Just a reminder to get life insurance, but I can do it later. We just
Project
got our
X, right?
ethos. You could get $1 million in coverage, and it only takes about 10 minutes. That's not bad, actually.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
Oh.
You've asked
Okay,
me
so I hate that.
I did.
I'm surprised they don't have Project X. They've been out for over a year now.
Cerebral Brain Wellness has a dual-action formula.
Yeah, they've been out for a while.
Decline while improving memory, focus, and concentration. Those taking Cerebral Brain Wellness experienced a slower rate of brain shrinkage. Now also available without a prescription at cerebrolan.com and Amazon.
It changed my mind.
Daily payouts?
Cerebral Brain Wellness.
People see things they should do.
I hope so. I don't hear much about them though.
Get exclusive reporting and data on high net worth investors, family offices, and alternative investments from the foremost authority on private wealth, Robert Frank.
Yeah.
More than $100 trillion will pass to younger generations. But today's wealthy invest differently. It's not just about stocks and bonds.
Let me know if it's true, because I don't see anybody posting about it.
And fine art.
Get the weekly newsletter and special access to events at cnbc.com/insidewealth.
There's only 2 companies I know that have day payout. Trade Day and them.
Order bill.
You know.
Order bill.
Oh yeah, I think I hit my target for Elite. I have 339. 7 more days. I'm done with them. Let me log out. I don't want to touch that anymore. I was so close to the payout. Yeah.
Coming up on today's show, can't miss exclusive interview with David Ellison, Chairman and CEO of Paramount Skydance, fresh off the closure of that long-awaited Skydance deal. New York City Comptroller and former mayoral candidate Brad Landers with us. Talking about the city's pension fund
Let me work
holdings and
on
the
Trade
latest
Day
on
to get this one passed.
First, though, President Trump officially announcing a new pick to fill
Order
Adriana
submitted.
Kugler's spot on the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. Steve Leisman's here, and he has that story for us. Steve.
Order submitted.
It'd be after commission.
Stephen Myron has been a
So
stalwart
net.
defender of the president's economic policies and an architect of those key policies. But the appointment by the president to the Fed to be a Fed governor sounds initially temporary. The president writing in a tweet, "It is my great honor to announce that
Who,
I
me?
have
Yeah,
chosen
yeah. I still have
Dr.
the
Stephen Myron,
594.
current chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors.
It's
to
a
serve in the just
150K
vacated
eval,
seat
so
on
I
the
got
Federal
room.
Reserve Board until January 31st, 2020.
I'm cursed on
In
that
the meantime,
TPT
we'll
150K.
continue to
This
search
is
for
my
a
3rd time
permanent
resetting.
replacement. Evercore
I just want to get a payout so I get my yeah, I hope so. I just want to get a refund on it.
Once on the Fed board, calling for lower rates and voting for rate cuts in FOMC meetings. More on that in a second. Myron has become known as a principal author of the controversial Mar-a-Lago Accords. What do they call for?
Yeah.
Weakening the U.S. dollar, boosting U.S. manufacturing, reducing the trade deficit, and using tariffs. Sound familiar? Myron is an economist with a PhD from
Order
Harvard.
Ooh, that's
Reform
hot.
at the Fed,
bill.
8-year terms instead of 14, and governor serving at the pleasure of the president. Well, Myron's appointment
Order
would make
submitted.
4 of 7 governors Trump appointees, including Waller, Bowman, and
Order
filled.
Order filled. Order
Filled. The fourth. How much of a difference all this makes? Well, that's the big question. Unclear to me. It would be difficult for the Senate to approve it before the September 17th meeting, where markets already expect the cut.
Order
And
submitted.
futures are showing pretty much toying with the idea of 3 cuts this
Order
year.
canceled.
So may not make much of a change this year. Question is
Order
whether or not
submitted.
next year in the 2026, depending on if Myron is there, if it does make a big deal, guys.
Steve, that Fed reform that he's talking about, how would that even work? How likely is that as a possibility?
Sorry, you asked about the accord?
The reforming of the Fed, the making it perhaps less independent.
The reform. It would all pretty much have to go through Congress. Somewhat complicated by a strange Supreme Court, not quite ruling, but comment when the president went to
Order submitted.
fire one of the heads of the NLRB. The Supreme Court kind of went out of its way to say the Fed is different here. So a bunch of that would have to go through Congress. Not a lot of that is
3
really
minutes
radical,
is near the
but
top.
some of the ideas are potentially radical from the Mar-a-Lago.
Are those eval, Chris, or funded?
Foreign ownership of U.S. bonds. He also, by the way,
Trade it,
another
yeah.
one thing, wants the
Get that trade in,
budget
dude. Get the
to go
daily
through
payout
approved
then.
by
It's gonna be sick.
Congress. So some of that's a little more controversial. Last year he was
Go, baby.
calling for tighter monetary policy, but most
How you doing, Gambit? You
observers
kind of
don't
quiet.
think he would do that now. And I guess that's the question, right? Is whether or not you have somebody who goes in there who's more loyal to the
Not on
administration
funded, but
at
on
the
eval it's
expense
30%
of
with
the
7
Order
days.
filled.
Yeah.
ultimate goal or its mandate
Order
of low
submitted.
inflation and low employment or low unemployment. So all of that becomes a question how he would vote, and ultimately, I guess the results would tell us what's the right thing to do.
Order canceled.
Right. That does appear to be the question. Steve Leisman, thank you very much. Let's continue the
Leslie,
conversation.
I want to make one more point. Leslie, sorry.
Order
When I had
submitted.
there's 7 board of
Order
governors,
canceled.
and there
Order
are 5
submitted.
presidents, so there's 12 votes in total. So just to be clear that even if the president had a majority on the board, there's still the presidents, the district presidents, who could potentially offset that. I'll leave it there.
Right, right. This just overall historic idea of having some unity there and kind of what this shift entails. Thank you,
Right.
Steve Leisman.
Right.
Let's continue the conversation with former Bridgewater Chief Investment Strategist Rebecca Patterson. Rebecca, I know you're expecting a market impact from this Myron appointment, even though he's temporary, and Steve
Order
just pointed out
filled.
he's just 1 out of 12 of the FOMC members. Right. Well, we think
Order
he's
filled.
temporary. We know
Order
Kristen
submitted.
sometimes changes his mind, so I wouldn't
Order
put
filled.
too much on that. But I think the more
Order
important thing is
submitted.
this perception that we're moving in a direction where the Federal Reserve's independence could be eroded. So it's not even the fact, it's just the risk. And so there's a bit of risk being priced in if we go down this direction. And I do think we saw it in the market reaction yesterday. We had a slightly weaker dollar, we had slightly higher inflation expectations and higher 10-year yields. But you're totally right. This is a small thing. This isn't the big thing, because a lot of what he would like to do that he wrote about in the research note last July would need congressional approval. It's not clear if he'll even be there long enough to do it. I do think the one thing with the Fed that seems to have legs and is happening is a lot of focus by the White House and the Fed on reform. And reform on regulatory and supervisory roles of the Fed, and possibly some of that shifting to another entity. That's what I'm going to be watching very closely in the next 6 months. What do you mean shifting to another entity? Well, that is a
Order
question I
filled.
don't have an answer for, but I think
Order
the idea
submitted.
is right now
Order
we
filled.
filled.
have oversight and supervisory functions for the banking sector in partnership with other agencies, and could that relative
Order
power
submitted.
move more to one of the different regulatory agencies or the Treasury, so they don't have as much say in what's going on with the banking sector. And worth noting, when we talk about Fed independence, we're typically talking about monetary policy and not necessarily the regulatory supervisory side, which has been historically a bit more political, relatively speaking. What about the surprise tariffs we saw overnight on bullion, on gold, and the impact there? That has been seen as kind of a hedge against inflation, and we're seeing this divergence with the dollar weakening, gold strengthening. How do you see the economic implications of all of this playing out? Yeah, so gold is fascinating that they decided to have that specific tariff on the type of bullion that the U.S. uses. And I try really hard not to go down the conspiracy rabbit holes, but there has been discussion, including by Stephen Myron, about revaluing the gold that's held at the United States government, which has been kept at prices from the 1970s flat. And revaluing it would give you a one-time
Order
gain
filled.
that the government could
Order
then use.
submitted.
So they could issue collateral off the revalued gold. They
Order
could use
canceled.
it towards the debt. And so it's interesting that
Order
decision was made, pushing up the spot rate of gold higher at a time when they're looking for ways to manage the debt. Again, this is me speculating. I'm not suggesting anything's going to happen, but they have been talking about revaluing gold, which is not unreasonable for quite some time.
Yeah, I was going to say I hadn't heard about that before. What do you think that would mean just for the overall kind of market implications of gold and the dollar? Do you think that would kind of further the trajectory, or
probably at the margin, but in reality it doesn't change that much. A lot of countries mark their gold reserves to market, so this would just be changing how the U.S. accounts one way or the other. The thing that I'm really focused on right now with the economy,
Order
and
filled.
you had Sam Altman on earlier,
Order
which was a
canceled.
great interview. Just thinking about the pros and cons of AI for the economy. So, we have the possibility of more job losses as companies are investing in AI, spending that money, looking for offsets elsewhere to manage their budgets, and are looking at layoffs. And we're seeing that more and more in data and CEO surveys. We got one yesterday from the conference board.
I want to average down, but I don't want to do 2 NQ.
Next year, that increase for the first time since the pandemic. And we're getting more and more of that anecdotal evidence. And I think not all of it is AI, but part of it is AI, looking for efficiencies. So we're going to have a rising unemployment rate. The Fed may use that as justification to cut, even though inflation's still above target. So I was using my AI yesterday, saying, when is the last time that happened?
No, you don't.
And it takes us
Just
back
take
to
a small payout.
1995, 96, when we had the insurance rate cuts. Unemployment rate was relatively low. The economy was growing, inflation above target, and the Fed still cut. And I feel like if we get a cut, whether Stephen Myron is in or not, doesn't really matter. In September, it's another insurance cut, and that could keep equities going even as the tariff impact comes through, potentially. That's the big question in my mind.
You said inflation back then was
Order
above target, but was it increasing or decreasing?
Oh shit,
It was kind of flattish, and it was around 2.3.
Top Step just replied back to me.
PCE, the Fed's preferred measure,
Yeah.
to 8. So
I gotta see
higher,
that.
and the risk
I didn't
is
read that
higher
yet.
still as the tariffs finally do kick in. So
You think it'd be all right, modest reduction in hiring now. I mean, who knows what the years will bring? Obviously, we debate it all the time at Texas. None of us have any idea what AI is truly going to be.
Agree. I 100%. I agree. I mean, I've been trying to understand if we have layoffs and the consumer pulls back, this AI capex, I mean, they all just revised their numbers higher for this year. Is that a big enough support for the broad economy to offset a pullback of the consumer? Right? You're shaking your head.
Housing, consumption, and government are going to overpower whatever AI can do.
And the market is
Right.
Order
discounting that
filled.
it's all
Order
going to be
submitted.
fine, partly because the Fed will cut, and we'll get a repeat of 1995-96 when it extended the economic expansion and led stocks like 8 months, 15% higher on those cuts. Do
Yeah,
we get a
don't copy
repeat of
trade.
that?
Order
Is AI
filled.
enough of a
Order
support?
canceled.
How many layoffs? I mean, right now, unfortunately, I have more questions than answers, which leads me to be invested, but with a defensive tilt.
Yeah, and then if we do get some sort of recession, does that catalyze even further job replacements? Remains to be seen. Rebecca, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's give you a roadmap for the rest of the hour. After the break, an exclusive with
Order
David
canceled.
Ellison. He's the chairman and
There we
CEO
go.
of what we're calling a new Paramount, of course, following the completion of their deal to merge with Skydance.
Plus, New York City Comptroller, former mayoral candidate Brad
Order
Landry with us here.
submitted.
At Post 9, we'll talk about the city's
Order
pension
submitted.
fund investments and the latest on the Mamdani campaign.
And rare comments from Sam Altman today on CNBC. We'll tell you what he said about the possibility of an IPO.
So 3
and
minutes
OpenAI's
is
to profitability.
topping off,
Big show
so
ahead. Welcome to
maybe in an
Business
hour
Now
it's gonna
after
start
this break.
pulling back. We'll see.
Most people don't realize how processed typical dog food is. At the Farmer's Dog, we believe dogs.
Oh,
should
they
be
said they're
able
gonna
to
delete my
live
credit
without
card on
that
Top Step. Let's see if they do it.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got more better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with
Nice drop.
upgraded B vitamins
There
and
you go.
probiotic blend.
Need
backed
20
by
more
gold
dollars on
standard
this
clinical
trade
trials.
account.
It's time for the next generation of AG1.
We'll leave it here.
Realtor.com. With over 500,000 new listings monthly, you can find your dream home today.
What up, cutie?
Well, isn't that cool? So work with number one
Cute
and
tip.
make it real with Realtor.com.
Age-related memory decline? Meet new Cunol Brain Health, the first and only tablet to combine 2 high-absorption ingredients, clinically shown to improve memory, focus, attention, and more. Trust Cunol for more comprehensive brain health support.
Introducing CNBC Plus, a new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. On-the-go access to international financial markets, business news, and analysis as it happens. Bell-to-bell global live stream. CNBC Plus real-time data.
Ooh, look at his drop. Come on, baby. Dump his Ponzi. Let's go.
Mazda gives you more.
More comfort. More room. More peace of mind.
Are we doing a Tradeify or the eval events giveaway? You want to join a YouTube later? The events, 50K. I still got 2 more. Are you green, Gambit? Really? Dang. That's not like you. Why didn't you long with the bot? Yeah, I thought so too.
Told you Paramount Skydance have officially completed their merger. Long wait there. David Ellison taking over as the company's chairman and CEO as of yesterday, and he joins us now in CNBC exclusive, talking about obviously your plans for the company. It's good to have you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here on day 2.
Get back down to 500.
Talk when you first got the deal. That was a long time ago. Finally, I feel like at least you may have some opportunity to sort of expand on some of your thoughts, particularly when it comes to technology. David,
come on.
You talked a lot about the importance of technology at the new Paramount, but what does that actually mean in reality?
Yeah, of course. So I'll give you a couple of examples. And look, I want to be clear. When I think about kind of our priorities, we think in order to be able to effectively transition this business, the #1 thing we need to do is obviously win on content.
Good shit. Are you close to payout?
The #1 destination for the most talented artists and filmmakers in the world. #1 destination for the most important sports rights. But when we talk about technology,
nice shit. Damn, yeah.
Media company. And I think, and so
They're gonna take me live soon.
Company, obviously, Paramount Plus, being a scale streaming service is incredibly important to our business, right?
Oh
Right
yeah,
now,
that's true.
The company operates.
I think the
3
cap is 80,
independent
right? Or
streaming
70.
services on 3 separate stacks on multiple clouds. That is the most
Where's Google?
ineffective way to do it.
Never here.
And it is also the most expensive way to do
On
it.
Google.
So one of the first things that we're going to do is obviously converge all of those platforms onto one unified tech stack in one cloud. And by doing that, we will actually be able to deliver a better experience
Might
to our
get-
customers. But we will also be able to make the
Oh, yeah,
product
yeah.
significantly more efficient.
Yeah. Many of us yesterday watched the
Yeah,
rollout
school
of
started. Well, school don't start next week for my
I don't know if
nephews.
you had a chance. You had a very busy day yesterday, but it's hard to imagine a
Yeah,
world where AI
it's gonna suck picking them up. and It's gonna be crowded.
to a certain extent. Yesterday, you said during your press availability that AI will not be a replacement for
I
creativity.
need 620. Come
But
on.
watching what they can do with ChatGPT 5, not to mention any of the other platforms, do you really believe that will be the case?
I really do believe that's the case.
Why?
So first, everything we do, obviously at Paramount, is really about empowering
What did it hit?
artists to tell great stories.
678?
And I think artificial intelligence is a remarkable tool to be able to do that. And you're right, it absolutely will impact every aspect of basically our business. It's going to impact our platforms, right? When you think about what has been kind of the traditional machine learning for the next 10 years and how frontier models are going to really impact things like search. I mean, you're already seeing that with obviously ChatGPT and Google. Discovery, how things are recommended to you. We're going to get a lot better at that. It's going to be a combination of those 2 technologies working together. But also, I think when you
Cat
use
Daddy's so
animation as an
happy.
example, the main issue right now for professional content creation is all around this notion of controllability, right? You know,
the greatest filmmakers in the world are not going to tell stories through text prompts. I just don't think you're ever going to live in a world where that happens. No. I don't. But what I think you will eventually get to is a place where model-based GPU pipelines are going to give you the same level of control that a filmmaker has on set on his camera. And when that happens, you're going to be able to tell better stories because you're going to be able to iterate faster. Like, you know, one of the phrases we always took from kind of the early days at Pixar was, you know, be wrong as fast as possible. You know, you get to make the movie about 8 times before you release it. You board it over a 4-month period of time. You put it up on the screen. You look at it. You get notes. You break it apart. Spread the cartridge out on the floor and figure out how to make it better and put it back together. Imagine if you could do that 10 times or 16 times in the same amount of time for the same amount of money. You're actually going to allow filmmakers to tell better stories in a more efficient manner.
When does that start? When does that actually really come to bear?
So the answer is we're going to find out. But I think if you look at it, it's solving that controllability problem is something that's really important to us, and it's going to require deep partnerships to be able to solve that issue. And then I think the other thing, which Sam would probably be better to talk to than me,
I didn't add up. Too scared to add another AQ.
We're going to get to a world where images can be generated in real time. And once you actually get to real time, some really remarkable things can happen. How fast you can iterate in storytelling is going to become incredibly quick. And you're also going to be able to do amazing things never thought of. Like my 4-year-old daughter loves Paw Patrol. Like Sky is her favorite character.
Okay.
You could actually have a 10-minute conversation with Sky if you wanted to, powered by obviously a Frontier model. So I think it's really going to significantly impact all aspects of society and entertainment.
Yeah.
Order submitted.
I mean, the ability right now even to create a short video out of AI, if I have a good idea, is there. Will only grow in terms of the complexity and the ability to render those kinds of characters. Is it competition to you? I mean, does long form even matter anymore in a world where I can find anything I want and create whatever I want personally?
Of course it matters. I mean, I would actually argue it matters more than it's ever mattered before. I mean, I think if you look at the consumption of basically media, the pie is just getting bigger. And you said the key word, which is idea. And basically those ideas come from filmmakers, they come from artists.
You got it?
And that's not being replaced. You know, I mean, that's not actually what exists in terms of the frontier models. And so from that standpoint, it really is about giving incredibly talented filmmakers and storytellers the tools to basically bring their visions to life.
Right. But we're not there yet. I mean, there's no example you can cite yet at whether it's Skydance or something under development at Paramount that exemplifies it.
No, I mean, look, this technology is moving incredibly quickly. Yeah. I think that's absolutely something that's on the future on the horizon, but no, that is a problem that people are still trying to solve.
All right, let's talk about the future. And for our audience, of course, there's still a public float out there. You are the control shareholder. Your group is certainly. 3 to 5 years for growth, I think, is what you said yesterday. You sort of were pointing to people. What does that mean for the next couple of years in terms of what the future holds for Paramount? Is it just about reorganizing, restructuring, trying to save money?
So I would say it's like, one, we've announced obviously $2 billion in synergies. You know, we're not giving formal guidance today. We're going to do that on our Q3 earnings call. I can tell you those, you know, obviously we will significantly exceed that number. But I'll also say you can't cut to grow, right? Like that, I think we've seen that's a business model that doesn't work. And so what we're going to do is restructure our business to run significantly more efficiently. And then we're really going to invest into our growth areas like studios and streamings and sports.
Right.
And I think what's important between my family and our partners with Jerry Cardinal and Redbird, we own 70% of the economics of this business. So we are focused on one thing, which is truly long-term value creation.
So you're not going to pay attention to the stock price, I wouldn't think then.
What I would say is we're not going to be in the business of basically managing for the short term. I think if you look at media as a whole, the analogy I kind of like to use is, you know, 2 things. One, all linear is not equal. I think if you look at broadcast and the power and reach of broadcast and CBS, which is where a vast majority of our linear value is, that's actually...
Is your Project X dead?
Very slowly.
My tick is not moving at all.
We have to be in the business of
Same thing with Day Trader.
And replacing our cable business. That
What?
actually does have to happen. And we're gonna.
Yeah, is your Project X working?
To get there. we're going to invest into technology to be able to get there. And I do believe it's going to be that combination of great art and storytelling working hand in hand together.
Yeah, none of my shit's working. What the fuck?
The business.
Right. Well, you mentioned obviously Paramount Plus is your direct consumer offering, or at least your main one, and it is subscale now, 77 million or so subscribers. Not insignificant. But how do you get to scale? Because you're spending all that money on content. It's obviously a lot better.
Yeah, logged out, logged in, nothing's moving.
Yeah, what I would say is we're really excited with actually where we're starting with Paramount Plus, and actually want to be really complimentary to the team and artists and filmmakers.
And the Doom too. The Dome.
I mean, when you look at the content Taylor Sheridan
The day traders.
Really best in class. Our sports partnerships with the NFL.
MNQ.
If you go back to Q4 of last year, when you look at the top 10 according to Nielsen, between the Paramount content engines and Skydance content engines, we had 40% of the top 10 originals according to Nielsen. So we're going to take those content engines and use that to power our platforms, which we think is incredibly competitive. But what we also need to do is really rebuild, and we have a great foundation, but I believe we can significantly improve the user experience for Paramount Plus and really how our overall tech stack works.
So that will add the subscribers that conceivably you need to take you out of sort of being smaller.
Very simply, you need to increase engagement.
Yeah, my time is working. It's moving, but charts, nothing's working at all.
You mentioned two things I want to ask.
I hope that short didn't hit. Cause I have a short at 77s. I don't know if it hit or not earlier.
At CBS, in terms of the ownership
I think it's messed up.
The NFL could come to you and say, "Hey, we're going to get out of the deal unless you give us more." My understanding is you have reached a deal with the NFL. I don't know what you're paying them. Is that correct? You have reached a deal, and can you tell us what it cost you?
So what I'd say is we have a great relationship with the NFL. And
I don't see anything.
Just to give a little bit of history that I'm not sure everyone realizes is, the NFL is actually now an investor in Paramount through our joint venture with Skydance Sports. I was incredibly grateful.
You guys got to my screen?
Everything the commissioner obviously said it's and all of the feedback we've gotten from ownerships about the importance of our partnership. I want to be clear though, they still do have an out, but it's not.
Yeah, yours is working.
Well, have you negotiated it yet? Is it over and done with?
We've not had that conversation with the NFL. What I can tell you though is that we're both committed to being partners for the foreseeable future. And as we get there, it's a public.
Yeah, yours is working, but that's just for bone knocks.
Understood. It's such an important component, though, as you say, of your overall content. The deal ends in 29, I think. The current deal with the NFL.
So everybody has an out, and basically, we'll obviously deal with that when the NFL is ready to talk.
Do you think you're going to have the financial wherewithal to keep the NFL for the foreseeable future?
We believe we're going to be in business with the NFL for the foreseeable future, yes.
And what about Taylor Sheridan? Obviously, such an important part
Yeah,
of
my tick and they traded are broken.
My understanding is he may have the opportunity to go elsewhere should he decide to do that. Finish up everything he owes to you. Is that a risk for you guys? Have you spoken to Mr. Sheridan about his future plans?
So I have a really good relationship with Taylor, and I think he is literally a singular genius and content creator. I mean, when you look at him, he literally has a perfect track record. And so from that standpoint, I'm thrilled that we have an exclusive deal with him through 2028. And my goal is to have Taylor call Paramount his home for as long as he wants to be telling stories.
And CBS News. It was interesting.
Oh, sorry, please.
No, what were you going to say?
No, after you, please.
Okay, good. All right, we're going to move on to CBS News for a second because it was interesting to note yesterday, the first 3 or more questions from your press availability were all about CBS News.
So top step said I need to have an active account to delete my credit card. Like, I don't have an active account. Fucking dumbass.
Yesterday, in which she said CBS now has a government-sanctioned truth arbiter. Their role will be to ensure that journalists at CBS.
Yeah, they said that I have to do it myself. I was like, that's the point of me opening the ticket. And these people are so fucking dumb.
Criticism from the FCC commission.
So that's just very respectfully not, to the commissioner, just the very opposite of accurate. I mean, when it comes to news, and one of the things I'm truly dedicated towards is being in the truth business.
It has an American name, Greg.
I think when you think about the legacy of CBS News and 60 Minutes, the home of Walter Cronkite, it is a storied legacy that we intend to honor and carry forward. And, and also when you think about the Ombudsman,
can't do anything.
Which was obviously
what she's referring to there, yes.
Yes. So by the way, it is not that.
Oh, there it goes, moving now.
For transparency, not oversight. And it basically is a way for both external and internally for people to provide feedback. And then that gets reported up to the president of Paramount, Jeff Shep. It doesn't get reported anywhere else.
Is it a distraction? I mean, interesting to note, you announced your new big deal. It's the first few questions yesterday. Is it a political liability? Is it going to take up way too much of your time, given its importance to the company overall? I'm talking CBS News here specifically.
Look, what I would say from that standpoint is I think we've been really clear in terms of our dedication to news and independent journalism. But what I'll also say, and look, I think this is important, and this is just, I'll talk to me personally. Our number one job is to entertain and inspire audiences around the world. And with respect, I don't believe that means that they want to fix into everything we do. I actually think they want the opposite. And so from that standpoint, we just believe that if you're breathing, you're our audience, and we don't intend to politicize the company.
Did you see that first episode of South Park, season 27?
Order submitted.
That sent shivers down your spine.
Order submitted.
They came after the president pretty hard.
Look, Matt and Trey are singular content creators, and I think over the 27 seasons of South Park, I think they've proved that they're pretty good equal opportunity offenders.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. You know, South Park, I mean,
don't
you
know.
guys own that. You're going to keep it on the Paramount platform. When it comes to movies and the ability to monetize them in that middle window, which I think you currently have, back to your
Order
point
canceled.
about wanting to have as much.
No, I don't have any. I don't have any account since April.
Films, for example, and say we're going to own them completely and just take them to Paramount.
So I don't think you can put those into one. I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all approach here. I mean, I think South Park is a great bellwether for our commitment to obviously investing in original content to grow and scale our streaming platforms. But when
Order
it comes to
canceled.
movies, I'm
Order
thrilled
canceled.
that Dana Goldberg's my partner for 15 years.
Order
and in partnership
submitted.
with Josh Greenstein.
You want 50K or is it
Remarkable team.
Oh yeah.
We actually won a competitive project yesterday with James Mangold and Timothy Chalamet that we're thrilled about, which is really all the credit in the world to Dana and Josh. And we're going to invest into our studios business. And, you know, next year Paramount's going to have 6 to 8 movies. We want to get that to 15 by 2027. And then also we are looking at how, like, we do believe in windowing. So we think it's important to Paramount Plus, but also believe that there's significant value to be created in a windowing process
in terms of third parties.
Order submitted.
Your father, how
Order
involved is he going to be in terms of you running this company?
So
I don't think it's daily payout. There's no way.
My dad, he's obviously the largest shareholder here. I have the vote, and then obviously in running the company day to day.
The race is gonna be in 30 minutes. It's not gonna be the duck race. It's gonna be the cars.
Mentor, and I think if you look at his track record of long-term value creation, he's a great person to have weighing in.
There's no doubt about that. Finally, David, when you and I sit here, and I hope we will in the future, how should the viewers at home who perhaps own the stock measure your progress? What do you want us to measure you on in terms of whether you delivered on some of the promises you've made today?
So I think when you come back, you want to look at, we need to obviously have significantly grown our studios business, significantly grown our streaming business, that we've effectively restructured the company, and that we've really built platforms that are competitive with some of the best that are coming out of Silicon Valley.
David, appreciate you taking the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
David Ellison, Chairman and CEO and controlling shareholder of Paramount. I want to point that out as well. Carl, back to you.
Thanks. Still ahead, the news boosting block shares this morning and what crypto has to do with it. Plus some new numbers out of New York City's pension fund. We're going to break down the top holdings with former mayoral candidate and city comptroller Brad Lander, who cross-endorsed Mamdani, as you might remember, in the primary. Later on, some new comments from Altman on the company's path to profitability as the big hour of Squawk on the Street continues after this.
Hands-free Skechers slip-ins now come on Glidestep Max Cushioning, which actually gave me an idea to combine all my favorite sports into one.
Order submitted.
Yeah, they're going up. I'm going to average down this TPT.
Order submitted.
Yeah, still got that one short NQ. So if we hit 92, I'm going to re-short. I'm sorry, 691. Then I'll have 2.
Order filled.
And there's my second one.
Order filled. Order submitted.
think we got a new high day. Yeah, it is.
Order filled.
Dr. K, I used to think I was never meant to be beautiful. I was teased because of my teeth. I didn't
Order
like the person
submitted.
looking back at
So
me in the mirror.
now I
I never
need
thought I could
Order
afford to
canceled.
642.
You and your team worked
That's
within my
doable.
budget and helped me feel confident in the plan we made together.
Order submitted.
I love my new smile. Thank you.
Congratulations, Cynthia. Introducing our new lifetime warranty on zirconia arches, only at Clear Choice. Call to schedule a free consultation.
Order
Do
filled.
you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Order
If you
submitted.
have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse
Order
without finding out
canceled.
what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call
Order submitted.
1-800-523-6900. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
After doing it all, a Lazy Boy recliner takes you from zero to lazy, melting it all away with comfort that doesn't quit. Feel for yourself at Lazy Boy. Go zero to lazy with full body comfort, fully made.
Order
Lazy
submitted.
Boy. Long live the lazy.
Order filled. Order submitted.
And yes,
Order
how
filled.
much
Order
power
filled.
slash influence
Order
the chair
submitted.
ultimately has.
What the Fed needs is less groupthink. Squawk Box.
Yeah. I have. Dang, you might let us stuff crash.
Welcome back. Bitcoin on pace for a positive week after President Trump signed an executive order paving the way for alternative assets like
Sure,
private
that's
equity and
794.
crypto to
That's
be included
huge.
in retirement accounts, 401k accounts. Crypto-related names having a strong week as well, with Block up today after strong results. Bitcoin-related activities on Cash
Oh,
App
Bot
are
got
up
100
8%
points.
year
Wow.
over year, and Block bought more Bitcoin in the quarter, now holding more than 8,600 coins, worth more than $1 billion.
Close to session highs here. Dow's up 260. Let's get a news update with Silvana Hadow. Hey, Silvana.
Carl, good morning to you. Israel says it will take over Gaza City, escalating its 22-month war with Hamas, and that's despite international pressure to end the conflict. Now, the announcement drew swift international condemnation. The approval came after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu outlined large plans to take control of the entire enclave. Israel already controls about 3/4 of Gaza. The Texas House of Representatives will meet again today in an attempt to reach a quorum after Democratic lawmakers
Order canceled.
to stave off
Nice.
a vote on controversial congressional maps. The
I
maps
just got out
form
another
at
one.
least 5 new GOP-leaning districts. It is
Order
unclear
filled.
how long the Democrats plan to
Order
stay out
filled.
of Texas, but California Governor Gavin Newsom announced plans to host some lawmakers in his state today
Order
for an event
submitted.
in Sacramento. And the Trump administration doubled the reward for the arrest of Venezuela's president, Nicolas Maduro. The Justice Department says he is one of the
Bye.
world's largest traffickers of narcotics and has worked with cartels to
See you later.
flood the U.S. with fentanyl-laced cocaine. The reward now stands at $50 million, Leslie.
Silvana, thank you. Coming up, trade desk, the biggest loser in the S&P 500 in early trading, plummeting today and now nearly cut in half on the year. Those shares down 38% right now. How tariffs play into today's move ahead. And after a break, NYC comptroller and
I'm
former
still in the trade. I
mayor
have another one
Nick
short at 85.
Lander boasting strong returns for the city's pension fund. We'll talk
Trying to
about
get
top holdings
hold on to
in the
those. That's
latest
my trade
mayor's
A.
race. He joins us here at Post 9 next.
Order
CNBC Crypto
submitted.
World is
I don't
sponsored
think
by
I did.
Crypto.com,
Oh, 3 minutes of a
trusted by
bot now.
150 million users globally.
So you corporate types think you're rockstars.
That's as ridiculous as us, being corporate types.
Let's begin. Rockstar move using Workday to handle all our AI agents.
Well, watch me handle my agent,
Q-tip.
Gary. Bubbly water, no bubbles. So what'd you do this weekend?
The huge.
Shout out to Carmen for using Workday to manage our people and AI agents.
What are you doing? Just go.
for Ulrich, to lift him up, because when twisted legs and hurtful stares kept him from reaching
The
his
Anki was so strong today. Holy crap.
his support, every engine and motor, each hand and mind, focused on fixing his
Close to
legs
all-time
and
high.
lifting his heart, because we were built for Ulrich.
Started walking Goggins goggles on.
Order
I had
filled.
no idea what I was doing. Look,
Order submitted.
using AI to build a logo, website, and social content, so I can let the world know.
Order canceled.
Oh, come on. $6 shot to pass this. My plan did.
At public, the high
Order submitted.
no-brainer. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it. It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
.com network just hit 100 million visitors.
Yeah, we get that every month.
Change the song on Homes.com, the place to find a place.
Mazda gives you more.
Nice.
More comfort. More room. More peace of mind. When you leave nothing out, there's more to move you. Discover more at the Mazda Summer Sales Event. Current inventory remains unaffected by new tariffs.
Take advantage of one of these exceptional offers during the More to Move You sales event.
What happened?
You can get this fixed now and pay later. You can get this fixed now and pay later. And this, get it fixed now and pay later in 4 interest-free payments at SafeLike.com.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
Sorry, I was busy texting. What do you say?
New York City's out with its fiscal year 25 pension fund performance, stronger than the city originally expected, up more than 10% for the fiscal year net of
Sorry, you're
fees.
cutting out
City
again.
manages nearly
Is it me
$300
or
assets across
are
5
you? I don't know. It might be me, but your thing was cutting out.
New York City Comptroller and former NYC mayoral candidate Brad Lander. Brad, welcome. It's good to have you.
That's why.
What do you make of these returns?
Yeah, we feel very proud of them. Obviously, largely driven by public equities, U.S. equities, great, developed ex-U.S. Equities, even better. But we keep an eye on the long term. That's the job here, not to kind of chase short-term returns. We've got obligations that run out decades, so we keep a really diversified portfolio. And so even though private markets didn't do so strongly this year, we've expanded in them a little bit and think that makes sense to keep a strong
Right. You actually point out on the private side some infrastructure asset plays, yes?
Yes, absolutely. Our infrastructure asset class did great this year, also double-digit returns.
Does the strategy change, do you think, in the years ahead?
Well, it's hard to, whatever, these are volatile times, but long-term investors are trying to match where the market's growing. Of course, infrastructure is going to keep growing.
Order filled.
And yes, we actually did a big secondary sale in our
Order
private equity
submitted.
portfolio, $5 billion. That
Order
recognized
canceled.
some losses over older vintage, but puts us in a
9999. I'm
strong
$1
position
shy
to get
now.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Commissions sucked on NFU.
Yesterday, that's the largest out there. Yeah, it got bigger in private equity. I mean, do you see the pension funds as well growing in terms of the overall percentage weighting? Not as much as them, but yes, actually, first thing I did
Order filled.
was go to Albany that had
Order
a law
submitted.
that limited public pensions in New York to no more than 25% in alternatives, and I led the effort to get that raised to 35%. Now, we're still below 30, but we grew from 25 up toward 30. And I think we are where we are makes sense for the future.
Why is that? I mean, do you see a significant premium in increasing the allocation to private markets? And I ask this in the context of the recent EO by the Trump administration, which is enabling an easier implication for private equity in 401ks. So I'm just curious what the case is here, just because of the concerns surrounding fees.
Order
filled. I mean, you clearly
Oh,
feel
nice.
like you get enough of a return from it.
We do. Now, look, in some years, look, the last 3 years, public equities have driven our
Order
strong
canceled.
returns, so I'm not looking for a dramatic change. The Yale pension is a
Order
majority
submitted.
in private markets.
Order
We're not
filled.
looking to do
Order
that.
submitted.
And look, you have to be
Order
able to, there's no
canceled.
Yeah,
indexes,
passed,
so
but
you have to
18
be able to
cents.
top quartile managers and have a really good
team to do it. But look, in years, if you look over 1 or 3 years, public equities have outperformed. But if you look for us over 5 or 7 or 10, private markets have still been strong. So we want to be modestly more exposed there, but about the balance we have.
Brad, when it comes to the budget of the city of New York, which whoever becomes mayor is going to be dealing with, what we're talking about, 115 billion or so, right around there, 327,000 employees. You know, people look at the budget for the state of Florida, more than twice the size.
We're doing a giveaway in about 15 minutes, okay?
How do you view it, and how should the next mayor view it in terms of efficiencies?
Did I get out of this
why
one?
we can't have
Oh,
a budget
shit.
that is equal to Florida's and doesn't have to go
I
up?
need $50 for
Say,
this.
you know, by far the biggest
Tick,
things,
tick,
the two
plus,
biggest categories of those
plus.
employees are teachers and cops.
Be sure
And I don't know anybody who wants fewer teachers or fewer cops. So those are the places where we're mostly spending our money. Are there places we can be more efficient? Of course there are. Last year, the city paid out over $2 billion in claims against the city. Can we have less traffic crashes caused by city vehicles? Of course we can. Can we use technology to better address, you know, building efficiencies or noise complaints? Absolutely. There are ways to manage our procurement better, to manage the budget better. And look, we're going to have some real challenges with the cuts coming from the federal budget,
all the way down to Medicaid.
You know, if the state sticks the city with some of those Medicaid cuts, there will be challenges. But I don't think there's any, again, you know, mostly what that budget's paying for are your kids' teachers and the cops that keep your neighborhood safe and the sanitation workers and firefighters that fight fires and pick up the garbage. So,
and pension and benefits, which I think is as much as 21 billion of that budget as well.
Yes, although getting 10.3% returns, beating our 7% benchmark means we'll save $2.2 billion that we can go back into the budget rather than be contributed to pensions over the next few years.
Is there a sense that congestion pricing is paying
Where
for
you at,
itself,
Gambit?
at least on transit?
Absolutely. That doesn't come to the city budget. That goes to the MTA.
I'm up $18 for
it's
payout.
ahead of schedule for delivering $15 billion for transit enhancements like the Interborough Express in Brooklyn, Queens, but also for new subway elevators, for platforms and safety. So yeah, you know, I fought hard along with others to make sure that
That looks like a
happened.
cow's tongue. That doesn't look like
Because if it
steak.
weren't there, we'd have a giant hole in our transit budget.
We heard from Mamdani the other day on news that the president had weighed in on the race with Cuomo. Do you think he moves the needle for New York City voters?
I think he moves the needle for Democrats to support Zohran Mamdani. So I actually think, looks to me based on the Times reporting, like maybe there was a conversation between Cuomo and Trump. I don't know any New Yorker who wants Donald Trump meddling in our elections and clearing some lane. This is a time, I believe, for New Yorkers in general, certainly for New York Democrats, to rally behind Zohran Mamdani and help him win in November.
What if you made of Mamdani's efforts to maybe bridge some misunderstandings with the business community in some high-profile meetings?
Yeah, look, well, I've heard good things out of those meetings. And, when the New York Times asked him, what's one thing you've changed your mind on? He said private sector housing production. He knows that if you're going to get a more affordable city, yes, we want a lot more genuinely affordable housing for the lowest income New Yorkers, but we need more housing overall. It's got to be all hands on deck. I think he's going to be a good mayor.
Do you think the budget can support Zohran Mamdani? I mean, $115 billion, as David just mentioned. And he wants to pay for free municipal buses, free daycare for all New Yorkers from 6 weeks to 5 years, subsidized grocery stores, build more subsidized housing. I mean, if you're looking at a budget that's already the size of the one that New York is currently experiencing, how are we going to afford all of those things just by raising taxes on some of the wealthiest New Yorkers?
Yeah, well, some of those things don't require tax increases. You can use density increases to get more housing because the real estate values are high, and you cross-subsidize affordable housing with market rate housing, as we've done in the area around the Gowanus. So, but he's been really clear for some of the things, like let's take universal childcare. We'll need Albany's help, but that's a good investment from Albany. I don't think, what people are excited about. If you tell people we can get every 2- and 3-year-old into good childcare, have more parents working, help those kids succeed.
Good. I mean, get out
That's a
to
good
42.
argument for raising revenue in Albany, and that will be necessary to be able to expand childcare.
But how much would taxes need to be raised for all of these programs?
You see that in the admin
I
chat?
think that's the debate you have. He's laid out a
Yes,
set of
F.
plans. If you want to get to universal childcare, so every 2- and 3-year-old has a seat, that'll cost something. But I think New York workers want it. You can't have everything all at once, especially if the Trump administration is making cuts that mean that we've got to just keep the budget that we have to cover those teachers, cops, firefighters, sanitation workers. But if you tell people we could have a city that provides universal childcare for every 2, 3, and 4-year-old, what we'll have to do is
Oh,
modestly
something
raise the
happened.
corporate tax rate or the taxes
Oh,
on
I sure
highest
did.
income earners. I think you'll get support, and you still have a
Wow, what a
thriving
pump.
city.
Brett Lander, a lot of cross currents on the federal, state, and local level. It's good to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Really enjoyable. Thanks for making the time.
Breaking news on some Fed headlines. Let's get to Steve Leisman with those details. Hey, Steve.
What's up, Gail?
Mostly St. Louis Fed President Alberto Mussolem speaking this morning in the Mississippi Delta. He says that given where the economy stands today, it seems appropriate to maintain the policy rate
We're gonna dip.
for now.
The 3 minutes is trying to curve
There's a
down.
reasonable probability that
So
there
I do
may
think
be
we're
some
gonna dip.
persistence to inflation from the tariffs. That's what his concern is. He does acknowledge there are risks on both sides of the mandate and has to think about the size of the miss. But right now, his point is that the Fed is missing on its inflation target and not missing on the employment target. He says economic activity is stable right now. It's not increasing. It's not decreasing. It's just stable. Says employers out there in his district are holding on to workers. Here's some shortages of skilled labor. Construction is constrained by immigration changes. So he's a voter this year, and he is not on board with the sort of change that we're hearing from some members of the Fed, that maybe they're more willing
Nice.
to think of a cut in September. The market obviously priced for one.
Is that the one you have 60 days to pass?
Policy rate.
Against this backdrop of stagflation creeping into the vernacular increasingly. Steve Leisman, thank you.
Yeah, you got it.
Still ahead, the path to profitability for opening according to CEO Sam to CNBC right after this break. The digital gold that is data has never been more important.
I know we're prepared. We've done the hard work. We're going to keep getting better to serve our clients.
This is my coffee shop. We just moved into a bigger space, brought on another employee, and ordered new branded gear for the team. It was so easy. I just chose my products, added our logo, and placed my order. Bring your own team together with custom gear. Get started today at customink.com.
Here on the internet, you can pretend to be anything, like a medical professional or a skilled electrician.
Don't trust the unfiltered internet. Angie has 30 years of experience finding the best pros.
Hi, I'm regional commercial actor Neil Patrick Harris. I love Rise Mushroom Coffee, and not just because I look good drinking it. Hello there. I also like the improved focus and all-day energy. Plus, it's easy on the stomach. That's because we use only the best organic mushrooms, like Stumpy Warthog, Bird in the Bushes, and Found a Hair in Marsupius, which sound like native names because they are. Rise Mushroom Coffee. Drink it cold or hot, like me.
Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1932 $10 gold Indian coins have been found. These gorgeous 1932 gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 400 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling the secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a...
Oh, you wanted to call yesterday, didn't you? Yeah.
Guaranteed a 1932 dated gold coin featuring...
I'm trying to save you money, ho.
More headdress and a majestic eagle. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1932 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 92 years of history you can hold in your hand. Call 1-888-870-6353. Call now when you receive a free bonus over a $55 value free with every order. Call 1-888-870-6353 to secure your 1932 $10 gold Indian coins before they sell out. Don't wait. You must act fast. Call now.
My earliest ambition was to be a teacher.
Oh, let me set up the giveaway. Streamlabs.
Ambition, and I was able to achieve it. So now
Again, if you win this one, you can actually hedge your Tradeify eval or CPI.
Seriously, my phone. If you love it, maybe it's life itself.
You don't hedge?
OpenAI launching its latest new model, GPT-5, today, offering faster performance, some improved capabilities, customizable personalities.
Ooh, what a drop.
Sam Altman joined Squawk this morning to discuss that news and the company's future. Here's what he said when he was asked about the path to profitability.
I think it could happen sooner than I originally thought if we wanted it to, but it seems to me like the right thing to do is to just keep investing in compute and continuing to grow.
But is that
to continue to grow our training people?
Is that a couple years from now then, you think? Or you're saying if you stopped investing?
No, I think
They get started.
we should be willing to keep growing, to keep investing in training compute for a long time. Like as long as we're on this very steep curve of the model getting better and better, I think the rational thing to do is to just be willing to run at a loss for quite a while and continue to do that, which is also part of why I think it's nice not to be public.
David, you mentioned earlier the absence of free cash flow. It's a reminder how deep we are in this investing cycle.
Their need for capital is endless. You know, I mean, you can just think about the data centers they need to put up, the Stargate project, for example, the partnerships they need to have. And frankly, as dominant as they are, you could argue in some ways, the incredible growth they have, the 700 million weekly users, they're up against companies that have far deeper pockets. Whether it's Microsoft, which is ostensibly still their partner, but not really, or Meta, or Amazon, or Alphabet. I mean, the generation of free cash flow at those companies is far in excess. Now a lot of it is going to CapEx. But so it's a question. You know, he's got to keep going, and he's just got to keep raising money.
And so far, the private markets seem open to him, and he seemed to suggest that he could kind of toggle the finances a bit to be profitable if he were to slow down that investment, if he wanted to, which we've seen with a lot of big tech companies that were in that kind of part of their growth cycle. But to your point, if one day, you know, we see some kind of situation where the private markets close, that free cash flow will be increasingly important.
Yeah, and you know, if you stop somehow to become profitable, what does that mean for the next model, and how quickly do you get there, and whether you're outpaced by your competitors, and whether you quickly lose a lot of people and/or the enterprise? I don't know the answer, but he's clearly saying we're investing to grow. That's the way they go.
He talked about the talent race too, and just the expense there, and he kind of announced
That's a
the
trade.
individuals that they're hiring.
You got no evals?
But those numbers are still very eye-popping, and it speaks to this arms race you are talking about, which is this need to keep iterating and get better.
There's no good sales right now. You already got your TPT, that's only good sales. I think that's the best deal. Yeah. Nothing else is good. Even my Funny Future didn't have a sale this week. I was shocked. I was like, what? Usually like at least 15%, but no sale.
Trade desks are plummeting this morning. The firm is
Yes,
warning about the impact
Sunday,
of
Luther.
tariffs on its customers.
I'm actually gonna grab a bunch too. I can finally trade.
Good morning, Dave. Well, shares are now down about 39%, despite the company beating its second quarter estimates in the top and bottom line. Analysts pointing to two main issues: the impact of tariffs
I think
on
you
the
keep
macro environment, as
you
well
keep the old
as
one.
growing pressure from competition,
Yeah.
and Amazon in particular.
So just hurry up with
Trade
those.
Desk CEO Jeff Green saying
Get the payout or
companies
blow it.
Trade Desk work with are disproportionately impacted by tariffs. Quote, some of the world's largest brands are absolutely facing pressure and some amount of uncertainty. Some have to respond
Whoa,
more than
what?
others.
The straight to funding?
Many are managing inflation worries, the related pricing that comes with that. Now we've seen 4 downgrades at least of the stock this morning. MoffettNathanson pointing to the impact of Amazon's growing digital ad sales platform, drawing advertisers
That
to
is
reportedly look over
huge.
significant portions of their ad budgets. While Amazon's deal with Roku will provide more ad inventory, and Amazon Prime Video is launching new NBA
Keep
program.
milking them
Saying,
then.
quote, the
Wow,
Amazon
dude,
shadow
Top Step is so stupid. Check this out.
it seems inevitable
I can't call you cutie pie. I'm calling you Q-tip. I sound gay when I say cutie pie. Look at that shit. He would not delete my fucking credit card. What the fuck? This is like the dumbest shit ever. Wow.
Validating the strength of its DSP and suggesting the Trade Desk's value proposition could erode
Let me go on
over
Top Step, see if I can delete it myself, because
Julia,
I
what do you think is
can.
the read-through for the broad media industry here? You think this is idiosyncratic, or is there more to be concerned about? Well, what's so interesting is that this is in contrast to what we heard from Pinterest just yesterday about the fact that the ad market is actually stronger than many had feared. And I think what we're seeing with companies like Pinterest or Meta is that they
Yeah,
are
this guy's
very
a
much
fucking
exposed
idiot.
to the small and medium-sized advertisers as well as the big advertisers. And
Oh yeah,
maybe,
because
and
that
this is
guy's a
what we heard
fucking
from Jeff
idiot.
Green, the CEO of the Trade Desk, is that maybe those SMB, small and medium-sized advertisers, are less exposed to tariff concerns than the big brands are. And so if you're able to spread out your ad exposure really, really broadly, you're going to be able to see more strength. One thing we also heard from the likes of Pinterest that we did not hear as much from the Trade Desk is that AI is really helping these other platforms deliver
Can't
results
blame outsourcing.
for
This
their
guy's
brands
American.
in a way that we haven't heard that from the Trade Desk.
It's definitely been a story for the big scale guys. Julia, fascinating story. Obviously, the price action is interesting. Julia Worsted. Coming up next hour, at least 12 firms raising their targets on Expedia as shares pop post results, although off of the opening highs. We'll talk about what executives had to say about demand when Money Movers begins.
What are you doing up there? Oh, I'm just posting the number of visitors to the Homes.com network this month. It's become the go-to home shopping site.
Homes.com, the place to find a place.
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Superbeats by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beet brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
Is this your dream of retirement? How
Let
about
me show you what I have. So
I like fishing.
there's no, I can't delete it no matter what I try.
A little more your style.
So I'm gonna post that thing with my other screenshot.
It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this. Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides. Yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317. Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help.
Yeah, like I can delete the fake one I just added in, but I can't delete the real one. It's so dumb.
Comfortable retirement, and our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317.
Yeah, I'm gonna post that shit.
See if
That's
your
stupid as shit.
retirement is on track. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
Later.
Trading session, working the phones, talking to sources to share insights, information, and all of the details that you need to make money.
Closing bell overtime for Easter and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Great coffee isn't just made, it's crafted. Now imagine it's simple. Meet the Luxe Brewer. One touch is all it takes for a brew that matches and exceeds the SCA Golden Cup standards. What about a cold brew for a smooth, refreshing coffee? Automated 3 steps handle it all with precision and consistency. And for enthusiasts who want to personalize, we've got you covered with Custom Mode. One touch crafted coffee.
At Ford, 80% of the vehicles we sell in America are assembled in America.
What would happen if all the car companies did the same?
If they were like us, you'd have up to 15 new plants.
Right here in America.
Nobody's committed to America like Ford is.
And who benefits from that? You do. Now lease Bronco Sport for $299 a month or lease Bronco for $399 a month. See your best in Texas Ford dealer.
I'm Carl Quintanilla with Leslie Pickard, live at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Sarah Eisen has the morning off. Today, former Fed Governor Randy Posner's with us on why he says...
Oh yeah, I have a 42. I never got out. I was fucking busy. Did we hit? Okay, I need a 40. So yeah.
Plus a potential alternative play for gold exposure. Wheaton precious metals hits an all-time high on the back of Q2 results, now more than doubling the commodity this year. CEO's with us later on this hour.
Right now, markets are higher. Gold
No, bot's not short yet. Bot's still long at 600. It's not gonna short anytime soon.
at this hour.
Let's begin with the latest out of Washington and these reports of
Drop that shit. Oh, I'm sorry. You still in long? I hope you got out. ISIS.
President Trump trying to use tariffs on buyers of Russian oil
No,
to apply pressure.
ISIS, my
Stay
buddy.
with us.
Well, fuck you long. No stops. Eval. We YOLO until we blow. That's what I'm doing.
We're waking them up.
See?
Meet the world's first AI, Craig AI.
Yeah, when I get out. Yeah, we are. You're crazy. We are, see? Listen to Cutie Pie.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Makes sense for nonsense.
No, I need 40. 45 is not good enough.
A trusted global perspective. Know which way is up.
Purchasing life insurance policies for seniors. And in just seconds, you can use the free calculator at abacuspays.com to learn what your policy might be worth.
For many of my clients, selling their life insurance to Abacus was right for them and their estate plan.
Don't sell or lapse your policy without going to abacuspays.com first. There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
Understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to
Smackdown? Yeah, it's going down.
Beginning investors, I'm always looking.
Closing bell overtime. Weekdays 4 Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus. Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus.
Okay, come back up.
Finding the perfect balance of surprise and delight is the key to a truly unforgettable mountain vacation. And there's one place tucked away in the mountains, high above and beyond the expected, where you're sure to find it. At Beaver Creek. Book your getaway today.
What's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor? What's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor? What's your flavor?
With over 40 unique flavors, there's an HEB
Dang,
creations
that
for
pump.
every craving in Texas.
Hope you get out.
Just one more
all institutions of the U.S. government should be subject to accountability, and whether it's the Federal Reserve or whether it's the Treasury or whether it's the president. And so that's just part of the democratic process. Exactly what's meant by that, I think the members of the
haven't
Senate
touched any of my other Apex.
be quite
I gotta
interested
work on my
to hear what he
Apex.
has to say.
One idea that he threw out is that there's just too much groupthink on the Federal Reserve Board, and therefore it needs to be reformed to get differing views of opinion on issues.
You should have joined up yesterday, Q-tip,
Did you experience
for the Lucid. Oh, you did? Oh, you didn't win?
Well, I guess it depends on how you do it. I think it is very good to have different points of view.
That Lucid was good.
Obviously, we've seen some dissents recently. We've seen dissents in the past, and I think it's very important for the decision makers to be able to speak their mind.
Project X this Sunday, so it's gonna be lit.
Chris Waller has said he doesn't think that there's much price pressure coming from the tariffs. Some of the other members of the Fed have said exactly the opposite, and so I think it's very good that the different members get to express their views.
Well, EU's closing, right? Yeah. In about 10 minutes, EU's gonna close.
And so I think that's something that's very, very valuable and important to have at the Fed.
Wait, I just didn't take profit?
Basis points
Greedy.
this week.
Greedy.
Weekly ranges in several months, and I'm
Ain't
wondering
gonna
whether
happen.
or not you think the tumult regarding
No way.
Fed policy
So that ain't gonna
reform,
happen.
the tumult
If it does,
regarding
my
the
account's
impact
blown.
of tariffs,
Just letting you know.
the tumult regarding the quality of data.
150 TPT eval, 150K. What? Who's at the door? Oh shit, today's, what's today, it's Friday?
In April, and I think the markets are starting to be able to say, okay, we can work through these things. We have a framework for understanding that it
People's always
may not
selling
be
shit.
quite as tumultuous for the economy as we worry that it might be. And so I think that's one of the reasons why the markets don't seem to be
Long guy's coming.
sorts of concerns that many individual commentators are expressing.
And lastly, one thing we talked about with Rebecca Patterson last hour was this idea that the responsibility
Yeah, I don't trade on
of
futures
banking
elite
regulation and
anymore.
supervision could increasingly be moved out of the Fed, maybe into one of the other banking industries. Given that you held that role as chair of the Committee on Supervision and Regulation of Banking Institutions during the 2008 financial crisis, what do you make of that idea and the potential consolidation of regulators that oversee the banks in this country?
Well, that idea has been around for a while. Actually, Hank Paulson floated that
I don't stream on Sunday, buddy.
financial crisis, thinking about wouldn't it be valuable to consolidate the regulators, because we do have so
But
many
next
different,
week, we have a lot of good giveaways. Tradify straight to funded and other stuff.
crisis came along that seemed to
And Lucid Project X.
fail to prevent them from having as much difficulty as others, and so they now have given some of those responsibilities back to the Bank of England. And so I think since ultimately the central bank is on the hook if something goes wrong, because they are the lender of last resort, it's very important for them to have very good knowledge of the banking and financial services industry, understanding where some of the weak points are. Does that mean that they should be the only ones? No, for sure not. But I think if you think about their role in financial stability, it's valuable for the Fed to at least have some.
We got about 10 minutes, yeah, 10 minutes and get start the race.
In banks and be ready if there are weaknesses.
A couple of years ago. We'll see how this all moves
I
forward.
think 2 minutes is good. 5 minutes is too long. Not for a 50K event. It's not worth it.
What's behind Expedia's upbeat
Maybe on
outlook
a straight to funded next week.
TripAdvisor's surge today?
Well, it's a potential way to gain alternative exposure to gold. Weekly precious metals notching record revenue in
Yeah.
Q2, stock surging 75% for the actually 81 year to date. CEOs with us later this hour as we've got a shot at some record closes today. Stay with us.
But it's just a cheap freebie, so.
The two most powerful words in the world that we know are what if. Instead,
I just want to get out so I'll be done.
what if with the power to act on those words like never before? What if you could empower every employee with a limitless digital
You?
workforce, one that listens, learns, and acts all day,
Yeah.
every day. This isn't some far-fetched science fiction.
I'm up
fantasy.
$18 and I'm
Happening right now.
red on the
With
other
AI
pros. I don't
and
know.
Salesforce.
I don't want to keep
Agent
forcing it and lose money.
Agent Force turns your vision into reality.
It's okay. Next week I have a big payout.
Citizen and customer experiences the best service possible.
Come on, baby. Dump that shit.
They're free to focus on the work that matters most. All you have to do is bring your dream.
You should have. Yeah, 100 points on the bot.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire. I need Indeed. Indeed, you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Ooh, I can ignore that. Just a reminder to get life insurance, but I can do it later.
We just got our life insurance through Ethos. You could get $1 million in coverage, and it only takes about 10 minutes.
That's not bad, actually.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
You buy low, sell high. Jump on that trend. Ride the wave up. That's not how investing works. Wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a
8 NQ?
Success demands discipline.
What size?
I still love to surf, snowboard,
Degen.
and of course skate. So I take Cuno Magnesium to support my muscle and bone health.
Yeah, for real.
Magnesium glycinate helps me get the full benefits of magnesium. Cuno, the brand I trust.
My name is Mike Hammond, founder of Signa Relief. Much of my career has been working in construction. I love outdoors and horses. That active lifestyle
70,
is
right?
what has caused my body to hurt. I didn't want to let this affect my family or my life, and that's what motivated me to create a team to build the Signa Relief patch, clinically proven to reduce the impact of pain. The patch is a game changer. No creams, no pills, no wires. The patch is reusable and there's a real money-back guarantee. Whether it's your neck, back, knee, shoulder, or just aches and pains, this patch can give you your life back. When I gave my best friend the patch with tears in his eyes, he said it was the first time in 16 years he did not hurt. Join the hundreds of thousands who found relief. I'm asking you to try the Signa Relief patch today by going to our website. If you're thinking about buying, it means you need one. You have nothing to lose. I promise the patch works.
My earliest ambition was to be a teacher, but I felt I couldn't afford it. My mother thought it was the highest calling, and I gave her a promise that one day I would be a teacher if I did well enough in life. It was my ambition, and I was able to achieve it. So now I can teach you so that you can be as ambitious as you want about whatever you want to do. CMC is my home. If you love your work, well, maybe it's life itself.
Welcome back. We're getting a check on some of this morning's biggest movers. Trade debts plummeting after flagging some growth deceleration and increasingly competitive
Oh, yeah,
backdrop.
I still talking about trade desk.
Drop of
Negative
more than
40%.
30% in a single day for shares this year after plummeting 32% after results in February. Right now on pace for its worst single session of all time, down 39% right now and 54% year
He
to
stood
date.
me up.
In the pharma space, Gilead jumping after Q2 results, raising guidance on the back of
CES?
strength in its HIV portfolio.
I told you why I couldn't. It was late for the tickets. Oh, SEMA's the car one, right? When is it? I want to go.
Shares of Expedia to the top of the S&P 500 free market. Now falling off
Oh.
those highs, still at more than 4%. Contessa Brewer with us here at Post 9. Amazing stock talk after announcing.
Well, last year CES, I had the same time as the porn convention, and then one of my guys actually went over there.
The trends really mirror here what we had been
Yeah.
softer travel market in the U.S. More cautious.
It should be the same time. It's always the same time.
With shorter booking windows and higher cancellations. It's a brand.
What, the
hotel
porn
stock feeling
convention?
the pinch the most, though a relaunch in April helped. CEO
Oh.
Gary Hart has been especially intent on growing the B2B part of those operations.
Yeah, I think it's the same
and
time
there
of it, so
grew
maybe.
17%,
I ain't going though.
outpacing the market, delivering 16 consecutive quarters
Oh man, my
of
phone has
double-digit
tracking.
growth. Now,
How many more can you add? You have 8.
Since December of
Oh.
2021.
Apex?
If the rally, if it can rally more than 10.8% this week, it
Oh,
would be the
oh.
best weekly stretch since May of 2018. The week for Apple. We're back to
Which is sponsored by Crypto.com.
Don't think so. I don't know much. I know you can't milk them though. A lot of people that I think they get over 10K to move you straight to live. That's okay. Most traders just need like 1 or 2 payouts.
Make this the summer event. Purchase and get 4,000.
Oh, okay, it's over now. It's time to get the race on. Streamlab.
Jump on that trend. That's not how investing works. You're not a child playing a game. This is grown-up business. The real thing. You know, wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a
Okay, let me
strategy.
put it on here. I don't want to duck. Where's my card? Where that?
At AG1, our customers deserve the
That's
best.
cool. You
and the
don't need
best
anything.
just got much better. AG1
Yeah,
Next Gen
but
has launched with
YouTube
upgraded
people is
B vitamins
25.
and probiotic blends backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation.
It's one right now. Just got the timer just got done, so I gotta set the race in. I think you ought to put the tickets in. I saw your name earlier.
Like doing their finances with a spreadsheet
Yeah.
instead of using Quicken. Quicken pulls all your financial info together in
No,
one
no, no, no.
place
No, no.
and
It's all YouTube.
How easy is that?
We just signed the lease
Yeah.
on our
Let me
third
put
shop.
your name in.
Buy a
I think you were the last one to enter.
Get new uniforms with all the locations.
There's
Become great
38
products,
names
upload
on
new
here.
art, and have boxes sent to all the shops. Custom Ink makes it so easy. Get
Yeah,
started
38
today at
names.
customink.com.
Alright. Good luck, guys. We'll do 3 minutes on the race.
Don't trust the unfiltered.
I don't think I just enter in, did you?
30 years of experience finding the best price.
University of Maryland Global Campus isn't just an innovative space for
Hold on, where's
it's a
that?
school for real life, one that values the
They didn't
success
save
you already
my
achieved. That's why
settings.
at UMGC you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and life
About to
and job
start
experience.
this. Where's the start
Why we
button?
offer scholarships and affordable
Shuffle,
tuition, and
shuffle.
why we have online classes. Your first day to
Let's
graduation
go.
day.
No application fee. Apply by September 3rd at umgc.edu.
I gotta look at my position too, then get out.
Order canceled.
Put that
Order
41 to
submitted.
get out.
Order
Yeah.
submitted.
And it froze? What the fuck?
Found it then.
Yeah, it's frozen on mine.
Travel can be a nightmare.
Yeah.
Luckily, you rented your car on Turo.
Order filled.
Oh shit, I got out. Woohoo! No, it's dead. I gotta redo it.
Skip the rental counter with Turo.
Wow, what a
Rent just about
drop.
any car,
Fuck yeah. Hold on.
just
Gotta
about
hold
any
on race.
global confrontation.
It's gonna win. It's
force
gonna win.
Everyone to choose sides. And ultimately, like I'm saying, China and India cannot choose against their long-term supply security. So
Oh, bot went short. Bot short on NQ 623. Let's go, baby.
But at the same time, he does need to cajole Vladimir Putin, who's been really playing fast and loose and just being recalcitrant of this negotiation. My assessment, and the reason why I think it's important to understand where this negotiation is going.
You need more horsepower. You need some NOS. That's what you need.
To do a ceasefire, because the ceasefire is not a peace treaty. It doesn't require them to give the territory back. It's not necessarily good for Ukraine. It's being foisted on Ukraine because the U.S. is cutting back support, and the U.S. and even Europe really would like to see this war contained. And most of the world is
It's gonna win. It's gonna win.
the issue, or yes, would like to see it contained.
Yeah, I was going to say the Europeans, their reaction to more comments this morning about Gaza out of the Germans. That's turning into an interesting story.
Top G is getting up there.
With a pretty visceral reaction to tariffs. You mentioned Modi and sort of what he has on the line in India. They have apparently spoken on the phone. Are you sensing sort of a more robust pushback on tariffs, at least from the BRICS?
Okay, that's a nice car.
I don't think of the BRICS per se as a very coherent geopolitical bloc, but Russia and China are certainly forming a de facto alliance. And U.S. tariffs are going to have limited impact on that bloc, and then as a bloc, that they can try to expand their influence elsewhere. India and China.
The car's better or the duck?
But what we do see is that independent players.
You like the car better or the duck?
Used to be called non-aligned players.
Okay.
These countries are not going to allow themselves to be blackmailed and bullied around.
Yeah.
Just because President Trump is imposing tariffs. Now here's the thing.
Yeah, yeah.
You could go forward with some of these. As President
Yeah, I
Trump
actually
gets
pay for this
deals
now.
with key trade partners, like the EU
Ooh.
needs to get a deal with Canada.
Ooh, what a drop! Fuck yeah! I saved my trade day on my day trader.
They can't sustain tariffs on countries like Brazil and India. The problem is that the U.S. suffers a strategic setback then because it drives
10 seconds. 10 seconds. Uh-oh.
And it might
Oh, no. Kite can't win. I have to ban Kite. Yeah. No, we have to redo. No, Kite, he already won. He can't win again. It's a redo. I'm kicking him out. He blew his shit already, so no, I'm not giving him another one. Oh, fuck you, Kite. I'm so sorry, man.
For the first time in 7 years, that's turning into.
No, there's no congrats on Kite. He won already. He blew his shit in one day. Oh, no. No. Let me redo it. I gotta delete Kite out. Sorry, Kite.
Trading Swap is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim.
Get that car again.
Charting and analysis tools.
We'll do 2 minutes. It'll be quicker.
Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights.
Yeah, stop trying to get in all the time, Kite.
Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
What's his name? I'll put your name in there. You didn't enter in, did you?
Indeed, you do.
Yeah, I'll put your name in there.
It's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier
Now
for you
can
to
actually.
hire them. Visit
2
Indeed.com/hire.
At Bob's, furniture heroes like Michael, trainers,
Okay, here we go again.
hidden storage, pop-up sleeper, and USB ports without being pushy or salesy. Because we're here to help, not sell.
Discount furniture.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies, or robotics. A little-known technology is projected to become roughly 10 times bigger.
Well, I replaced Kite name with your name, so if you win, the system sucks.
Says that it's arguably the most exciting human discovery since fire. And billionaire entrepreneur Vinod Khosla says you can make 1,000 times your money by investing in this phenomenon. But if you want to claim a stake in this revolution, you have to act fast. We're about to cross what Barron's calls an impending tipping point. So, do you want to know how to get started?
What? Red, isn't it? I thought it was red.
And I'll show you how.
is Whitney Tilson. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually every single major financial publication and TV show. How did I accomplish all this? I'll tell you this. I don't come from money. In fact, my parents were teachers who met in the Peace Corps. The secret to my success is that I have a knack for finding explosive investments in massively disruptive technologies. I bought Amazon in 1999. I bought Apple in 2000. And I bought Netflix in 2012. Investments like that helped me grow my hedge fund from $1 million to $200 million and nearly triple my clients' money. The technology that just landed on my radar might be the most disruptive and lucrative one I've ever seen. One market insider predicted that it could be even more important than the Industrial Revolution. And I want to give you, free of charge, the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this disruption.
I'm not gonna say who's gonna win.
Credit card or anything like that. Just go to the website on the screen. Now,
Oh, that's Chris with that. Oh, he's way out. AJ! AJ! Wow, AJ won.
What do you make of this? A resurgence in meme stocks. Some of these traders are just asking ChatGPT.
I gotta DM AJ his Tradify. It's the 50K events.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
autonomous rideshare service
Oh
in
shit, my
Austin
short is not
that
looking
is
good.
supervised by safety monitors. Shares of Tesla up 2.8% right now.
Yeah, I'm short of 43.
Metals is coming up, stock surging more than 75%, 81% this year alone after posting record revenue.
Okay, that is you then. Thanks. Just trying to make sure because a lot of people trying to fake to be you. Yeah, I got you, buddy.
Tech Check is sponsored by
Alright, let me get you the code.
Possibility.
I'll go back down.
Well, hope isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track. Call for Fisher's Comfortable Retirement Kit with the help you need to make your retirement a success, including the Investor's Guide to a Comfortable Retirement, 13 retirement blunders to avoid, and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477. Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for retirement